In Aqueduct's fourth race, we have the rider now for number 5, Let Me Take This Call. The rider will be Jose Gomez. Jose Gomez rides number 5, Let Me Take This Call, and the weight remains the same.
Aqueduct Live. Andy Serling in the clubhouse studio here as we kick off the Sunday action at Aqueduct. Pick 6 carryover, 44,800 and change. That'll kick off in race number 4. The early pick 5, as always, not always, but we don't have jump races, especially in the winter here at Aqueduct. Kicks off in race number 1, and these are maiden claimers going 6 furlongs. And I think one of the topics on a lot of players' minds is, how is the track going to play? Are we going to have a fair racetrack? We have had a preponderance of biased racetracks since we've come back from the break, and primarily speed, but inside strong rail biases. And we saw as strong a one as we've maybe ever seen yesterday on the track. Now, listen, the conditions could change. The track could add some moisture in, it could start drying out. It doesn't matter, you don't know. And I don't like to enter any day assuming there's going to be a bias. But I think it has to be, especially given the way the track has played for the majority of the month since we've come back, it has to be on your minds as a player. I don't know what circumstances would lead people to be taking a short price and you should be dancing in this race. Now, I understand. There is virtually no form to go on in this race. But if you're betting this horse at 3-2, you might want to get your glasses on and take a careful look at what horse you're betting on the dirt. Because this horse doesn't show that she can run at all anymore in the dirt. I mean, I know she finished second last time. She lost by 12.5 lengths. Most horses lose by 12.5 lengths run 7th, not second. And she got a 20 buyer. Most horses run 20 buyers, run last, or some semblance thereof. She's got some speed. She's not the speed of this race, though. And she got the right rider in Trevor McCarthy, who's on a monster run. He's having a tremendous last week of racing. In the last 3 days we've raced here, he's won 11 races. He'll give her best shot. And I hope I'm wrong about her. I hope she wins this race for my friends, but I could never endorse this horse and will be happily betting against her. I have her third, and her last race just wasn't very good, and even her good form in the turf has sort of left her. The 3 Frosted Bourbon gets on a dry dirt track for the first time. Now, she's primarily a turf horse, which is one of the reasons she's run on wet tracks. At least one of the 2 races she's been on was off the turf. And to be fair, she was 3 wide against a gold rail in her last start, so she has a viable excuse. She is a more likely winner than the number 5, a considerably more likely winner than the number 5. How likely she is, I don't know, but she was compromised in her last start by being off of the good rail. I like the 6, Bank Statement. Bank Statement has speed, and she was on a dead rail in her first start. Dead rail, gold rail, dead rail. Last day before the vacation, dead rail. After vacation, gold rails abound. And I think that had a lot to do with her evaporating as badly as she did. Now, I'm not suggesting she would have won that race. She wouldn't have. But I give her an excuse for that. She's got speed, and I want to give this second-time starter one more chance in a race where the ones who've had chances don't do a lot for me. The one, Hey Mama, you would think a firster could run in this field would take more money. Rick Schosberg could be dangerous with first-time starters. Don't know how much running this horse can do, but I think you have to ask yourself about any first-time starter in a field like this. How much running do they need to do to be effective? We'll find out all those answers as the early pick 5 kicks off in just over 11 minutes.
In the first race today, quarter-inch bends on numbers 2, 4, and 5. Bends for 2, 4, and 5. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have a couple of scratches to report in later races today. In Aqueduct's 6th race, scratch number 5, Annika Gold. Scratch the 5, Annika Gold out of race 6. And in the 9th race today, scratch number 4, April Antics. 9th race, scratch the 4, April Antics. And the horses are coming out for the first race. It'll be run at 6 furlongs. Quarter-inch bends on 2, 4, and 5. There's exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3, and pick 5 wagering. Track is fast. Post time in 2 minutes. One minute. Horses are approaching the starting gate. Waiting for You Should Be Dancing and Bank Statement. They're in the gate. And they're off. From the inside, it is Hey Mama and Madam Rose. And now Arduously joins the front runners. So it's three of them across. They've got 2.5 lengths on Frosted Bourbon, who's down at the rail running in fourth. Bank Statement is next in fifth. And You Should Be Dancing is the trailer in sixth. You Should Be Dancing already 9 lengths from the front. And the leader is Hey Mama down at the rail by 3/4 of a length. Hey Mama now gets away to lead by 1.5 lengths. Madam Rose is in second, the quarter 22 and 3. Arduously on the outside in third. Then the gray Frosted Bourbon in fourth, who is advancing down towards the rail. Farther back, it is You Should Be Dancing. And then way out of it now is Bank Statement. As they come for the top of the stretch, it's Hey Mama with the lead. Frosted Bourbon picks up the pace on the outside now, and You Should Be Dancing is looking for a way through. Hey Mama, here is Frosted Bourbon, and here is You Should Be Dancing as they hit the 8th pole. Down at the rail, Hey Mama hanging tough. You Should Be Dancing in between horses. Frosted Bourbon's on the outside, less than a 16th to the finish. It's still Hey Mama clinging to a narrow lead. Frosted Bourbon on the outside. Now it's going to be close, very close. Frosted Bourbon or Hey Mama right together in the Sunday opener. Number 3, Frosted Bourbon was first. Number 1, Hey Mama, second. Number 5, You Should Be Dancing was third. Number 2, Madam Rose, fourth. Results unofficial. 3:152. The time 1 minute 14 and 1/5 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold all tickets. We have a trainer's objection. Rudy Rodriguez, the trainer of number 5, You Should Be Dancing, alleging interference against the unofficial winner, number 3, Frosted Bourbon, inside the 16th pole. Please hold all tickets. We have a trainer's objection. There will be no change. No change. The results stand. First race winner number 3, Frosted Bourbon, a 4-year-old gray filly by Frosted, out of Jean's Honor by Honor and Glory. Frosted Bourbon is owned by Bourbon Lane Stable, trained by Mark Hennig, and the rider Eric Consell. Frosted Bourbon was bred in New York by Jerry Belinsky. Race 1 is official. The exacta $10.80, trifecta $11, superfecta $5.20. In the second race, a rider change on the 3, striking speed to Heeman Harkey. Heeman Harkey rides the 3, and the weight is 120. We have exacta, quinella, trifecta, superfecta, double, pick 3, and pick 4 wagering. Aqueduct second race in 19 minutes at 12:50. And they're off. From the inside, it is Hey Mama and Madam Rose. And now Arduously joins the front runners. So it's 3 of them across. They've got 2.5 lengths on Frosted Bourbon, who's down at the rail running in 4th. Bank Statement is next in 5th. And You Should Be Dancing is the trailer in 6th. You Should Be Dancing already 9 lengths from the front. And the leader is Hey Mama down at the rail by 3/4 of a length. Hey Mama now gets away to lead by 1.5 lengths. Madam Rose is in 2nd, the quarter 22 and 3. Arduously on the outside in 3rd. Then the gray, Frosted Bourbon in 4th, who is advancing down towards the rail. Farther back, it is You Should Be Dancing. And then way out of it now is Bank Statement. As they come for the top of the stretch, it's Hey Mama with the lead. Frosted Bourbon picks up the pace on the outside now, and You Should Be Dancing is looking for a way through. Hey Mama, here is Frosted Bourbon, and here is You Should Be Dancing as they hit the 8th pole. Down at the rail, Hey Mama hanging tough. You Should Be Dancing in between horses. Frosted Bourbon's on the outside, less than a 16th to the finish. It's still Hey Mama clinging to a narrow lead. Frosted Bourbon on the outside. Now it's going to be close, very close. Frosted Bourbon or Hey Mama right together in the Sunday opener. Number 3, Frosted Bourbon was first. Number 1, Hey Mama, second. Number 5, You Should Be Dancing was third. Number 2, Madam Rose, fourth. Results unofficial. 3-1-5-2. The time 1 minute 14 and 1.
sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
In Aqueduct second race, jockey change on the 3, striking speed to Heman Harkey. Heman Harkey on the 3 and the weight 120. Quarter-inch bend shoes on 1 and 4. Bends 1 and 4. We have exacta, quinella, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3, and pick 4 wagering. Post time is in 5 minutes. On the track for the second race, it'll be run at 1 mile. 3 minutes to post. One minute. The horses are now nearing the starting gate. Waiting for Zoomer and Someday Jones. They're in the gate. And they're off. A stumbling start for Zoomer. Quickly recovered and is now with the pace. It is Zoomer, Someday Jones. Striking speed is there. Down on the inside, Little Menace and Hieroglyphics. They race up the chute. Here comes Little Menace up the inside and is right alongside of Striking Speed. The two of them heads apart. Zoomer sits just off them in third. Then Hieroglyphics next in fourth. And farther back it is Someday Jones who trails the field. The quarter 23 seconds. Little Menace leads by a half length. Striking Speed, long shot on the outside in second, and then it's a break of two, back to Zoomer in third. He's followed by Hieroglyphics, and Someday Jones is fifth, about six and a half lengths from the front. And they pass the half-mile pole after an opening half in 46-1. Little Menace down at the rail leads by a head. Striking Speed's on the outside in second. Gap of two to Zoomer in third. 2.5 lengths to Someday Jones, who begins to pick it up now from the back. Hieroglyphics is the trailer. Little Menace down at the rail, holding on to a narrow lead. Striking Speed now being asked for more. Zoomer's on the outside, and then Someday Jones as they pass the quarter pole. It is still Little Menace who has the lead. Little Menace is in front. Zoomer on the outside moves into second. Striking Speed at the rail. Someday Jones as they pass the eighth pole. Here comes Zoomer up to challenge Little Menace for the lead. Zoomer has now taken the lead. Little Menace back in second. And Someday Jones, it will be Zoomer who overcomes the stumbling start to win here over Someday Jones and Little Menace. Number 4, Zoomer was first. Number 5, Someday Jones second. Number 1, Little Menace third. Number 3, Striking Speed fourth. Results unofficial. 4-5-1-3. The mile in 1 minute 36 and 2/5 seconds. Number 4, Zoomer. 6-year-old chestnut gelding by Curlin. Out of Resende by AP Indy. Zoomer, owned by Braverman, Pinch, and Englehart. Trained by Jeremiah Englehart, the jockey Dylan Davis. Zoomer was bred in Kentucky by Robert and Lawana Lowe. Race 2 official. Second race exacta, $3.35. The double pay, $6.20. Quinella, $2.30. Trifecta, $2.60. Superfecta, 73 cents. Race 3, no changes. We have exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double, and pick 3 wagering. The third in 23 minutes at 120. And they're off. A stumbling start for Zoomer. Quickly recovered and is now with the pace. It is Zoomer, Someday Jones. Striking Speed is there. Down on the inside, Little Menace and Hieroglyphics. They race up the chute. Here comes Little Menace up the inside and is right alongside of Striking Speed. The two of them heads apart. Zoomer sits just off them in third. Then Hieroglyphics next in fourth. And farther back it is Someday Jones who trails the field. The quarter, 23 seconds. Little Menace leads by a half length. Striking Speed, long shot on the outside in second. And then it's a break of 2 back to Zoomer in third. He's followed by Hieroglyphics, and Someday Jones is fifth, about six and a half lengths from the front. And they pass the half-mile pole after an opening half in 46 and 1. Little Menace down at the rail leads by a head. Striking Speed's on the outside in second. Gap of 2 to Zoomer in third. 2.5 lengths to Someday Jones, who begins to pick it up now from the back. Hieroglyphics is the trailer. Little Menace down at the rail, holding on to a narrow lead. Striking Speed now being asked for more. Zoomer's on the outside, and then Someday Jones as they pass the quarter pole. It is still Little Menace who has the lead. Little Menace is in front. Zoomer on the outside moves into second. Striking Speed at the rail. Someday Jones as they pass the 8th pole. Here comes Zoomer up to challenge Little Menace for the lead. Zoomer has now taken the lead. Little Menace back in second. And Someday Jones, it will be Zoomer who overcomes the stumbling start to win here over Someday Jones and Little Menace.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Nobody wants to fall into a safety net, but when adversity or hardship presents itself, it beats the alternative. Since 1943, the Jockey Club Safety Net Foundation has been serving those individuals and families in need across every facet of the thoroughbred industry. Help us continue to be the safety net and catch those most in need. Visit tjcfoundation.org to learn more.
Installment of As the Rail Turns here at Aqueduct. Our first race dominated by horses that spent their time inside, but it wasn't exactly a race full of great form. Race number 2, the public was not really interested in betting on the obvious inside speed. Little Menace going off as the third choice among 3 major contenders. That horse had the run of the race in the rail and just fell apart in mid-stretch. And I understand that horse had some questions about him, but we've seen a lot of horses with questions about them run much more gamely down the rail. So there does seem like a possibility that the racetrack is getting a little bit fairer, but I don't know. I think you're getting mixed messages from the first 2 races. We'll see how things progress going forward as we inch closer to that pick 6 carryover that will kick off in race number 4. The third race, well, we'll get some more answers in this one, fortunately, for pick 6 players, because the main 2 horses to beat are not speed types. Now, Tua T does have the benefit of drawing inside. Whether or not Dylan Davis is willing to take advantage of that remains to be seen. Tua T has been a private purchase since she last ran, and she actually was entered twice here. I believe once was scratched and once we canceled, but she's been purchased by Zilla Racing and others for this race. She had real trouble last time. She didn't break that sharply, and it put her behind the 8 ball. And she never really had a clear scene to run. She probably was running against some better horses than maybe she faces here. I mean, her speed figures make her a player in this race. They don't make her anything special. And, you know, I understand. And Noah's had a nice 3-year-old debut yesterday. Won first time out, by the way, with a 77 buyer. Mr. Larry, was that, I think? But you're getting orders from Safi Joseph. A trainer wins at a high percentage. I have mixed feelings about this one, but there's no denying she's a major contender. I picked her second. I prefer Cadeau to Pay, but Cadeau to Pay in all likelihood is going to be in trouble unless we have a fair racetrack, because she doesn't really have a running style that projects to give her a particularly strong inside trip, and how much Jose Ortiz will take advantage of the rail is another question in this race. I think she's had some excuses. She got caught in a big speed track last time, 2 back. She made a big wide middle move trying to go a mile. The race before that was a tough field coming off of a reasonable layoff. I think she makes a reasonable amount of sense in this race. She's just a very logical horse, why she's a short price. And I thought she, on a fair racetrack, was the one to beat. On a big bias racetrack, our Working Girl is the one to beat. You know, it's interesting because she's a huge play against on a fair racetrack. She won her last race on an unfair racetrack, and one that was very helpful to her cause, a big inside track. And she rode that speed bias to a decisive victory, but her form is dressed up by that. And her prior two races obviously leave a lot of questions to be answered. But if we have a track that's playing towards the inside, she's going to get loose in all likelihood, assuming she breaks cleanly on the inside. And if she does that and the track is playing inside, she's going to be tough to beat. And she might be one of those horses that goes into her next race off of two dressed up performances. I'm skeptical. But given how the track has played so much, and we have very inconclusive evidence one way or the other so far, which often means a fairer track, but it's really hard to draw conclusions after the first two races. I would have to use this horse, but I'm not a fan of her chances. I don't think she's good enough unless she's aided by a bias. The Six Flower Moon, the same situation, and she's going to be in a chasing mode anyway. I know she won last time, but she found the right field of maidens. The best thing I think Flower Moon has going for her is that Linda Rice has very good numbers with horses coming off of maiden wins in dirt races. We'll see how it all plays out. Gotta love the racetrack. Always lots of questions, always lots of room for discussion. Race number 3, kicking off in 10 minutes.
In the third race, quarter-inch Ben shoes on numbers 1, 4, and 6. Bends for 1, 4, and 6. Post time is in 8 minutes. on the track for the third race that goes at 6 furlongs. Post time in 4 minutes. One minute to post. 1 minute. The horses have reached the starting gate. Waiting on Our Working Girl and Flower Moon. set for race 3. And they're off. Cadeau de Paix, Flower Moon, Our Working Girl, 3 of them across. Clout Chaser sits just behind them in 4th. Then a break of 2.5 lengths to the 2 trailers, To a T and Fancy Feline. It is Our Working Girl who has the lead here by 1.5 lengths. Flower Moon is running in 2nd. And a Cadeau de Paix down at the rail now back in 3rd. Alongside is Clout Chaser, who's moving up a spot. The quarter went in 22 and 4/5 seconds as they begin the run around the far turn. Our Working Girl leads here by 1 length. Flower Moon and long shot Clout Chaser, they are heads apart 2nd and 3rd, with Cadeau de Paix down at the rail in 4th. Then it's Fancy Feline and To a T. At the quarter pole, Our Working Girl is the one to catch. She's in front. Our Working Girl by a little more than a length. Cadeau de Paix on the outside. Fancy Feline begins to gain ground down at the rail. They're moving for the 8th pole. Here's Cadeau de Paix. Here is Fancy Feline moving into 2nd. Our Working Girl is now back in 3rd. Cadeau de Paix in front. Fancy Feline, one last try as they come on for the finish, and it's a head bob. Fancy Feline or Cadeau de Paix. Noses apart on the wire. Number 1, Fancy Feline was first. Number 4, Cadeau de Paix second. Number 3, Clout Chaser finished third. Number 5, Our Working Girl was fourth. Results unofficial. 1, 4, 3, and 5. Time of the race, 1 minute 11 and 3/5 seconds. Returning now is number 1, Fancy Feline. 4-year-old Dark Bear Brown filly by Flat Out. Out of Follow the Kitten by Kitten's Joy. Fancy Feline, owned by Windhorse Thoroughbreds. Trained by H. James Bond. The rider is Trevor McCarthy. Fancy Feline was bred in New York by the owners. Race 3 official. The exacta, $32.25. The double pays $28. Trifecta, $89.25. Superfecta, $72.45. And the pick three, $62.75. Pick six wagering is available on the fourth race. We have a carryover today, and here are the changes for the remaining races. The carryover, $44,856. Jockey change in the fourth, number 5, Let Me Take This Call. The rider is now Jose Gomez. Jose Gomez on the 5, Let Me Take This Call. There are no changes in race 5. In the sixth race, scratch number 5, Annika Gold. Scratch the 5, Annika Gold. Nothing in race 7. And nothing in the eighth race, the Busanda Stakes. Ninth race, scratch number 4, April Antics. Scratch the 4. A rider change on the 7, Handle the Truth, to Raul Mena. Raul Mena on the 7. The weight now is 123. Race 4 has exacta, quinella, trifecta, superfecta, double, pick 3, and pick 6 wagering. 21 minutes to post at 148. And they're off. Cadeau de Pay, Flower Moon, Our Working Girl, 3 of them across. Clout Chaser sits just behind them in fourth. Then a break of 2.5 lengths to the 2 trailers, To a T and Fancy Feline. It is Our Working Girl who has the lead here by a length and a half. Flower Moon is running in second. And a Cadeau de Pay down at the rail, now back in third. Alongside is Clout Chaser, who's moving up a spot. The quarter went in 22 and 4/5 seconds as they begin the run around the far turn. Our Working Girl leads here by a length. Flower Moon and long shot Clout Chaser, they are heads apart, second and third, with Cadeau de Pay down at the rail in fourth. Then it's Fancy Feline and To a T. At the quarter pole, Our Working Girl is the one to catch. She's in front. Our Working Girl by a little more than a length. Cadeau de Pay on the outside. Fancy Feline begins to gain ground down at the rail. They're moving for the 8th pole. Here's Cadeau de Pay. Here is Fancy Feline moving into second. Our Working Girl is now back in third. Cadeau de Pay in front. Fancy Feline, one last try as they come on for the finish, and it's a head bob. Fancy Feline or Cadeau de Pay. Noses apart on the wire.
Smile Happy was a TDN rising star following his maiden win at Keeneland. From there, he captured the Grade 2 Kentucky Jockey Club Stakes to remain undefeated and earning points toward the Kentucky Derby. In Future Pool 1, Smile Happy was individual leader by lowest odds. Among the top of his crop by stakes winners and earnings, Run Happy continues his rise and is priced for success. Call today and book your mare to Red Hot Sire Run Happy, standing in legendary Stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
If you were teaching a class on track biases, you would use the third race as an example. Jose Ortiz was in the process of doing everything right on Cadota Pay. He left for position, he hugged the rail, and then he made a decisively bad decision, top of the stretch, when he angled outside of our working girl who had already drifted off the inside. I understand the inclination. That's the way you ride on fair racetracks. No question about it. It's not the way you ride on this racetrack. And in doing so, he not only ended up on the slower part of the track on the outside, there's no question that the rail is significantly stronger forces, but he vacated the rail. And he vacated the rail to a guy who spent more time on the rail than the rabbit at the dogs, and Trevor McCarthy, who rode a clearly inferior horse on paper to a victory simply because she never left the rail. Cadota Pay was the best horse, but by moving outside and vacating the rail, she allowed an inferior horse to beat her, and Trevor continues to ride exceptionally well by staying inside as long as possible. And the rail matters in this race because the second choice and second likeliest winner appears to be possibly the inside speed. And the 3 Glass Ceiling on paper is way the horse to beat. As both Ant Cat and Glass Ceiling had hoped to run the Interborough last week, the race didn't fill. They've run in this allowance race instead. And Glass Ceiling is in tremendous form for Charlie Baker. She doesn't have any speed, though. So she could be at the mercy of the racetrack, and it's up to Dylan Davis to try to save ground as much as he can, especially because the horse he has to beat may be in a controlling position on the rail. And because of that, a horse, Glass Ceiling, who probably isn't particularly vulnerable on a fair track, becomes potentially vulnerable. Now, Ant Cat has to stay on the rail, and she does appear to be the inside speed, but it's not clear she's the speed because she's really not that fast. She's in front, but she's in front in races with slow paces. She probably has the lead, and it's up to Jose to be aggressive the same way Jose Lescano was with First Constitution yesterday, and see how that worked out and how it hurt the possibilities of the favorite Core Conviction winning. Just go. And if you have to go too fast, you're better off going too fast and keeping the rail than letting somebody else go. Because we'll switch to somebody else. And that somebody else is Oksana. And she's being ridden by you-know-who. Trevor McCarthy is going to probably do what he can with Oksana. And Oksana is naturally faster than Aunt Cat. Early. Not naturally faster than her late. Aunt Cat's a better horse than she is, in all likelihood. But Trevor's going to do what he can to try to get to the front, because Oksana's getting absolutely nothing if she chases outside. And whatever chance she may have in the race, it's whatever chance she has to get to the front. And if she clears, she suddenly becomes dangerous. She is a horse that in her career has run some fast races, just not particularly recently. But if she clears, she may well win this race, and that makes her a threat. Where on a fair racetrack, it's tough to make her a major threat. I think a horse who's kind of interesting is the 2 It's Cold into Hair. And so Jose Lezcano working feverishly, not even riding the last race, down, staying in shape in the jocks room. And Jose is clearly aware of what's going on the rail, as you saw with his terrific ride on First Constitution yesterday. Maybe this horse hugs the rail and things get dicey and comes up and gets a little lucky. Is she good enough to beat Glass Ceiling? Not in a fair racetrack, not in a fairly run race. But if she stays inside, good things may happen. And I think she's a little bit interesting if you're looking for a price in this situation, coming back on that short rest for Linda Rice. Maggie's in the paddock. We'll hear from her in just a moment. Pick 6, by the way.
Sun is shining brilliantly here in the Aqueduct paddock for race number 4 as we do kick off that pick 6, as Andy was just saying. And while Glass Ceiling, she looks much the same as what we've seen from her in her recent form, which has been very good and makes her the horse to beat. But the interesting thorn in her proverbial side could be number 1, Aunt Cat, as she returns to the races off of a layoff dating back to late October in the Pumpkin Pie, one of 2 divisions. That one was the first one, in which she battled for the lead, and the pace just incinerated that day, but she was pretty bad, to be honest, just really not showing up at all. Now, she has run fine over tracks with, I should say, she ran fine over 1 track with moisture in it, and that one was open and harrowed, so maybe she doesn't particularly like a sealed track, because she is a little bit of a bigger, heavier type of filly. Now, coming back in here, I think actually her a bit more conditioning has been put on since that last effort back in October. Very laid back here in the paddock, but that's kind of always been her. And she looks fit, so we'll see what she brings to the table here today. As we'll move on to 2 horses turning back in distance, beginning with number 2, It's Cold into Hair, who showed up here last week, albeit in the ladies first off the claim for Linda Rice. And Linda expressed to me concern about her coming off the Lasix, primarily just because Lasix will settle a horse, and she is a very high-strung type. And she kind of went over the top in the paddock for the ladies and leading up to that race altogether. So she's returns with Lasix off the short rest. She looks great considering that little reprieve of time that she's gotten, carrying her weight well. Her coat looks fantastic, and she is just a bit more settled today. So that's a good thing. Now, I had noted that she didn't look like a horse that wanted any part of 9 furlongs, but albeit she got very good when Norm Cassie stretched her out off the claim. Now she returns back to a sprint distance of 7 furlongs, which I prefer for her. I think it might be perfect. Just looking at her physically, she is built far more like a sprinting type, and given her disposition of being that aggressive and really on the muscle type, I think it fits her well. I think she's interesting here for Linda Rice. And then a bit of an outsider is number 4, Villanelle, who comes back, or comes to New York, I should say, and turns back for the first time in a long time. Granted, she's running those kind of 1-turn mile races before over at Laurel. I like it for her, though. I think 7 furlongs is perfect. Not the biggest daughter of Curlin that I've seen, kind of more short and stout and compact. Comes here in here well conditioned, as she does drop out of 2 consecutive stakes tries in against this allowance field. So 5 minutes to pose in a very good allowance race, as we will send them out to the track momentarily. Best of luck here as we kick off the pick 6.
Horses are heading out for the fourth race. It goes at 7 furlongs. Quarter-inch bends on 2 and 5. Bends on 2 and 5. Number 5, Let Me Take This Call. The rider is Jose Gomez. This begins the pick 6. Race 4 in 4 minutes. Less than a minute to post. Less than a minute. Horses are now approaching the starting gate. Waiting for Villanelle. Let Me Take This Call. And Oksana. Set for race 4. And they're off. From the outside, it is Oksana going out for the lead, but there goes Ant Cat, who's hustled up now to challenge. Oksana will grab that early lead. Ant Cat running in second. And then it's 2 lengths. Back to a Glass Ceiling, who's on the inside of Let Me Take This Call. Another 5 lengths. Back to the 2 trailers, Villanelle, and it's Cold into Hair. Oksana leads here by a half length. Ant Cat has moved to the outside after a quarter and 22 and 3/5 seconds. Oksana the leader. Ant Cat giving chase in second. Then it's the duo of Glass Ceiling and Let Me Take This Call. And at the back, the duo of Villanelle and It's Cold into Hair. They race around the far turn. Oksana still in front. The lead is ahead as Ant Cat gets a bit closer now on the outside. Half mile in 45 and 4. Down towards the rail is Glass Ceiling, who had to steady there just a bit. Now moves to the outside, and Glass Ceiling is coming on now, along with Let Me Take This Call. 4 of them stacked across the track as they head for home. And here comes Glass Ceiling on the outside to grab the lead. It's Glass Ceiling in front. Then Oksana and Ant Cat. And farther back is Villanelle, and it's Cold into Hair. Glass Ceiling gets away now, and it will be Glass Ceiling, a double for Dylan as we start the pick 6. Number 3, Glass Ceiling was first. Number 2, It's Cold into Hair, second. Number 1, Ant Cat finished third. Number 6, Oksana was fourth. The results unofficial. 3-2-1-6. Time of the race, 1 minute 22 and 1/5 seconds. Number 3 is Glass Ceiling, 5-year-old bay mare by Constitution, out of Fighter Wing by Empire Maker. Glass Ceiling is owned by Charlton Baker and Michael Foster, trained by Charlton Baker. The rider Dylan Davis, his second win today. Glass Ceiling was bred in Kentucky by Twin Creeks Farm. Race 4 official, the exacta, $12.20. The double pays $23.90. Quinella $9.40. Trifecta $14.37. The Super $7.62. And the Pick 3 pays $44.50. In race 5, there are no changes. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, double, Pick 3, Grand Slam, and Pick 5 wagering. Aqueduct's 5th race at 2:18. And they're off. From the outside, it is Oksana going out for the lead, but there goes Ant Cat, who's hustled up now to challenge. Oksana will grab that early lead. Ant Cat running in second. And then it's 2 lengths. Back to a Glass Ceiling, who's on the inside of Let Me Take This Call. Another 5 lengths. Back to the 2 trailers, Villanelle, and it's Cold in the Hair. Oksana leads here by a half length. Ant Cat has moved to the outside after a quarter and 22 and 3/5 seconds. Oksana the leader. Ant Cat giving chase in second. Then it's the duo of Glass Ceiling and Let Me Take This Call. And at the back, the duo of Villanelle and It's Cold in the Hair. They race around the far turn. Oksana still in front. The lead is ahead as Ant Cat gets a bit closer now on the outside. Half mile in 45 and 4. Down towards the rail is Glass Ceiling, who had to steady there just a bit. Now moves to the outside, and Glass Ceiling is coming on now, along with Let Me Take This Call. 4 of them stacked across the track as they head for home. And here comes Glass Ceiling on the outside to grab the lead. It's Glass Ceiling in front. Then Oksana and Ant Cat. And farther back is Villanelle, and it's Cold into Hair. Glass Ceiling gets away now, and it will be Glass Ceiling, a double for Dylan as we start the pick six.
Catholic Boy, one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the Immortal Secretariat. A 6-time graded stakes winner from ages 2 to 4, he was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. Now his first foals have arrived. Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Backstretch workers are the backbone of the thoroughbred racing industry. Without them, racing would not be possible. The New York Racetrack Chaplaincy provides vital programs and services to all the workers and their families, like Sponsor a Family, the Food Pantry, as well as other recreational activities and events. You can help by visiting our website and donating today. Every dollar makes a difference to those who give everything to the sport that we love.
Glass Ceiling starts the pick six in a favorable type of way as she gets the victory. You could tell Dylan Davis was loaded as they turn for home. Charlie Baker has done quite the job with that mare. As we will turn the page and take a look at this New York bred maiden 40 for the fillies, as we see a first-time starter garnering most of the attention thus far. That's number 6 in here, Closing Deals. Rudy Rodriguez will send this one out with Trevor McCarthy aboard, daughter of Central Banker. The dam was a decent dirt sprinter, and this one half to Thorny Tail, who's 8 for 25 in his lifetime, and one that does display quite a bit of early speed. Same kind of vibe I'm picking up here from Closing Deals. As she looks quick, she is solid. You know, she carries a lot of conditioning for what is a shorter statured type of filly, but there's a lot of her. There's a lot of substance and a great coat to her. I mean, it looks like it's the middle of June rather than the middle of January for her, and has been ultimately professional here. So as you can tell, I'm liking everything I'm seeing from this firster, who is taking some attention on the board. To her inside is another debuter for Dave Donk, Lena Wright, a daughter of Mine Shaft, though on the bottom, bit more of a turf pedigree. The Dam Chrysolite, I remember her running, was more of a turf horse. She's only had one foal to run and has not broken its maiden. Looking at her, though, you know, I kind of don't mind the last two works coming in here. A nice little blowout going the 3/8 back on January 19th. Looks like a sprinter and honestly does not look overly turf meant. So that's encouraging to see her show up here. You know, maybe Dave is thinking maybe get a race into her, but it is January, and if she's ready and she's shown enough on the dirt, why not run her in this spot? She's well prepared. She's been professional, and really she does look fit heading into this effort. And then there's another debuter, number 3, Gracie O'Malley, daughter of Alpha. The Dam did win first time out and went on to be 3 for 6 in her career, but she has not produced a winner, though I will say that this one's older half-sister Bavarian Cream debuted for Mark last week with a very promising debut effort, and the Dam of both of these a half to very talented sprinter, the Lumber Guy. For her, while she looks fit from the lean sense, I just feel as though a race is going to be beneficial to really kind of strengthen her up. I like the way all these first-time starters have been behaved here in the paddock. I just think in the looks department, she's the one I liked least. So we'll see what she does here. And then on the outside, a second-time starter for Rick Schosberg. Oof, that was a tough beat for him and his team in the first. Sent out a first-time starter, looked home free, and just nailed at the line. But Majestic Spirit is one that I didn't see in the debut. Caught that sloppy sealed track. It was a very slow race she comes out of. I get it. And 2, she was down towards the rail on a day that you wanted to be down towards the rail. And she just kind of, she showed the ability to sit close early on, and she was well in the bridle, and then she just kind of backtracked through the field, and then kind of, because she was on the inside, made it up for a well-beaten 4th. But I like the looks of her here, and I'm wondering if, you know, debuting on the slot first time out in which she gets the fast track here is beneficial, because she is a bit of a heavier type that doesn't look as though she necessarily liked the going that day, and just one that kind of caught my eye that I'd be willing to give a second chance to. 5 minutes to post here to race number 5, kicking off the late pick 5 here. Best of luck.
In race 5, quarter-inch bends on 1, 4, and 6. Bends for 1, 4, and 6. We have exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double, pick 3, grand slam, and pick 5, wagering. Aqueduct's main track is fast. Race 5 in 5 minutes. On the track for race 5, it'll be run at 6 furlongs. 3 minutes to post. One minute. Horses are nearing the starting gate. Waiting now for Closing Deals and Majestic Spirit. They're in the gate. And they're off. Number 4, Glittering Prize, had to steady shortly after the start, trails the field. Bistrita out for the early lead and quickly in front by 2 lengths. Closing Deals runs in second as Majestic Spirit moves up on the outside. Majestic Spirit now takes second. Then Closing Deals and Gracie O'Malley, they're right together third and fourth. Glittering Prize is now moving up on the outside. Glittering Prize continues to gain. Then it's Liner Right and Kokotai trails the field in seventh. The opening quarter, 22 and 2/5 seconds. And it is Bistrita who leads here by a length and a half. Gracie O'Malley, the gray, runs in second, and on the outside is Majestic Spirit next and third, then Glittering Prize. Liner Right down towards the rail, and Closing Deals farther back, Kokotai. They come off the turn and enter the stretch with Bistrita the one to catch. Bistrita has now built a 3-length lead. Liner Right moves on through to take second as they hit the furlong marker. It is Bistrita in front by 4. Liner Right giving chase in second. Then Majestic Spirit, Gracie O'Malley, and Closing Deals on the outside. But a clear-cut winner here, and it is Bistrita. Bistrita won by 5. Liner Right second. Majestic Spirit was third. Number 2, Bistrita was first. Number 5, Liner Right second. Number 7, Majestic Spirit finished third, and number 6, Closing Deals was fourth. Results unofficial. 2, 5, 7, and 6. Final time 1 minute 11 and 4/5 seconds. Number 2, Bistrita, a 3-year-old chestnut filly by Gormley. Out of Light the Causeway by Giants Causeway. Bistrita owned by Highlander Training Center. A training double for Jeremiah Engelhart, the winning rider here, Jorge Vargas Jr. Bistrita was bred in New York by Saratoga Glen Farm. Race 5 official. The exacta, 2.5, $19.50. The double pays $7.60. Trifecta, $51.87. The superfecta, $26.50. Pick 3, $72.50. The pick 4 pays $89. And the pick 5, $322.50. In the 6th race, scratch number 5, Annika Gold. Scratch the 5. We have exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double, pick 3, and pick 4 wagering. Aqueduct 6th race in 21 minutes at 2:48. Off.
Today on America's Day at the Races, 3-year-old fillies hope to prove their Kentucky Oaks candidates in the 1 1/8 Busanda. Magic Circle, she has speed, the rail, and a new pilot. Graded stakes place, she'll make a 4th attempt at earning her first stakes victory. Rosebud could be her main threat. She was impressive breaking her maiden, rolling by the competition, seemingly on cruise control over a sloppy racetrack. In Hot Springs, Arkansas, sprinters are featured in their main event. Happy Mac returns for North America's all-time winningest trainer after a failed turf experiment. It's back to dirt for this speedy sprinter who makes his first appearance since Saratoga this summer. All that and more coming up on this edition of America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, good to have you with us on this Sunday afternoon here at South Ozone Park at Busanda. 10 points to the winner to get into that starting gate for this year's Kentucky Oaks. Greg Wolf alongside New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. We saw a brief shot there, the hottest hand in the land right now, Trevor McCarthy. We'll talk more about him later in the program. He had another win today. But let's talk our feature race, Magic Circle. Can she finally break through this afternoon? She's got speed, she's got the inside. And Jose Ortiz opted off Rosebud to ride her.
Yeah, it's strange. I don't know what the situation was because Manny Franco had ridden both of these horses, so maybe he had opportunities with Rosebud. I don't know why that took place, but I know that having the rail with Magic Circle means that she doesn't have to be the best horse to win. She has speed and she has the rail, and on this racetrack, that's basically a ticket to the winner's circle, even if you're the fifth best horse in the race. So I think she's probably going to win. I don't really think she's a mile and an eighth horse. She was struggling down the stretch in this race, and it wasn't a particularly strong Demoiselle. Nest was much the best in the wide trip. I think she's a very nice horse, and in this year's 3-year-old filly crop, outside a horse named Echo Zulu, the door is wide open. But whether or not she proves to be talented going longer or shorter remains to be seen, which is a nice horse.
Shied away, not just in that Demoiselle, tempted as well when Manny Franco went to the riding crop. Rudy Rodriguez has said it can spook her a little. She veered out at both times it happened during those races, so we'll see if Jose Ortiz decides to go hands only down the stretch. That's a look at the field. That is the 8th coming up later on this afternoon. Part of the late pick 4 sequence ahead. Let's take a look at today's action presented by Claiborne Farm. Fast here in New York and fast in Hot Springs, Arkansas as well at Oaklawn. We'll have races 6 through 9, so late pick 4 coming up 15 minutes away from the first leg of the sequence. And the start of that late pick 5 beginning in the 5th. Feature, as we talked about at the top of the show, out in Hot Springs, Arkansas, features those sprinters, and Gary Stevens, Happy Mac returns. He is very quick, and it's back to dirt now for him.
He is very quick, Greg. I think the worry here, it's 11 horses, 11 horse field with a talented group, a deep bunch that are battle-grizzled horses that are ready to come over here and get it on this afternoon. I think the thing that you mainly have to worry about is he started as a 2-year-old in 2020. He was put away to mature, came back in 2021. It took him a race to come to his best form. His second race off the layoff was the best race of his career. Then he started to regress a little bit. They tried him on the turf, 5.5 furlongs. He didn't like that. He's been put away again, and who knows what's going to happen this afternoon, but I would expect him to improve off of this race. He's going to be bet today. The connections, Joel Rosario, Steve Asmussen, that means he's going to be over bet. He fits with these horses. He's been training at Asmussen Satellite Stable in Louisiana Downs. He worked 8 days ago, was shipped in here. I expect him to come over looking good like all of his horses do, but he may need one, guys.
Gary, thanks. And Andy, you talked about it yesterday. There was no Rosario at Oaklawn. He was at Fairgrounds, and he had a productive day teaming up with Steve Asmussen. 3 victories, couple of stakes wins, and runner-up finishes in the Colonel Bradley and in the Louisiana Stakes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that the Colonel Bradley, I'm not the Colonel Bradley, the main stake, the Lecomte. He's probably the one he wanted to win, but wherever Joel goes, he gets good mounts, and deservedly so, and he takes the best of it.
We're going to recap some of those big ones, including that Lecomte a little bit later on in the program. Getting close to this first in New York. You can play this late pick 4, which is next, by getting signed up and started with Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com, download the app, and take advantage of that offer. $200 sign up deposit match bonus with the code BONUS200. There it is. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. So if you're signed up, you're ready to go. How do you play this pick 4? How about with the best bet to start things off? From Jonathan Kinchin. Hey, JK.
Hi, Wolfie. Yeah, my best bet's going to be the 1 Magic Circle in the Busanda in the 8th for a couple of reasons. The first one is this horse has run well fresh. She comes in off a little bit of layoff. There's no longer layoff than the debut. She won her maiden race. When a horse wins their maiden race, I trust that they can get prepared to run well off of a layoff. The other reason, I have no concerns about the distance for her. She ran well enough going 9 furlongs. She also ran well going the 1-turn mile, which in my opinion can sometimes even be more taxing from a stamina standpoint. And then the third point, and probably the most important one, is tactical speed on a rail that has been good. You want to be inside, you want to be on the rail, and you want to have some speed to be able to hold that position. She does have that as well. So for me, Magic Circle is the best bet, type of horse you could single in your multi-race plays.
She's going to get a lot of attention, especially the way this racetrack has been playing. JK donning some legendary silks there at Claiborne Farm with his new production there. She's going to be tough to beat, and we'll see. It looks like, again, we saw Trevor McCarthy win earlier on the card, committed to that inside, and he won with a big price.
Yeah, I mean, the third race today was the kind of race if you were teaching a track bias course, you would show that third race because the second horse was the best horse. And Jose Ortiz had done a good job with that horse staying on the inside, but then for whatever reason, and not a good one, he left the rail top of the stretch. I understand a fair racetrack, that's how you ride effectively, but that's not how you ride in this track. He left the rail, and Trevor McCarthy just stayed in the fence. He's like the rabbit at the dogs, Trevor, and he won with a horse that's dramatically inferior, and it was simply because he stayed inside and the other horse did not.
This race, it kicks off the pick four. $32,000 claiming race. It is a one-turn mile. Customer experience, we expected to get a ton of attention, and is the 7-5 favorite right now. Dylan Davis, he's got a 2-win day already. He'll team up with Bill Morey and a horse who's been very popular in the claim box.
Yeah, if the track were fair, I would make a huge bet on the 7, making sense. Even Blue Paint, who's the clear inside speed, can win this race, though on paper she's dramatically inferior.
Well, this one here, 3-2 favorite, 6-time winner from 18 starts. Coming off a big win for 25 last out. That was at 6 furlongs. Can she stretch out that talent? We'll find out coming up.
Grade 1 winner and track record setter Lee. Like their sire, his runners have excelled on both dirt and turf, including these standout performers.
Leading by 3, Gibberish and Dylan Davis.
Out of a Galileo mare, this dual surface star has sired juvenile stakes winners on both dirt and turf. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back at America's Day at the Races. Program brought to you in part where you can play all the action. Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com. Download the Naira Bets app. Get signed up and started. Pick four, as we've mentioned, coming up next. Another look here at the odds. It is still customer experience. The 6-5 favorite in this one-turn mile claiming race. Let's head downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
Checking in with customer experience, the gray mare in here. Now, William Morey decides to stretch her out off the claim, and I think it makes sense. Look, she's had success going this kind of distance before, but too physically, she just looks like a horse that can take advantage of, the way a race may unfold a bit better with more ground because, two, she's a horse that, albeit last time I will say that Rob Atras actually got her to break quite well. And it always seems to be something that she struggles with a bit, and it's primarily from what I can work out, she just doesn't look the strongest behind the saddle, and obviously that's where horses need to push off to get out of the gate quickly, alertly, and effectively. So with a little bit more ground, despite her hind end not looking as strong as I'd like it to, I think it just mitigates that a little bit and does put her in a closer spot to be more advantageous and successful in this race. As we'll move on to a horse that I find very interesting, in number 4, Charge Account. Now, she does have a little bit of early speed, which is good in here, and she's coming off of a layoff and dropping out of fields where I just think she was meeting much better company for Kelly Breen. And then her last win, 3 back, she moved early, she was wide the entire way. I thought that was a very good effort, and she comes in here. It's the first time I'm laying eyes on her. Very pretty filly. I love the way she's put together. Kind of looks like your quintessential kind of one-turn miler, so I like this configuration and distance for her. She looks so healthy in her coat. Happy horse too. Now, maybe she does need a race off the bench, maybe one just to kind of bring everything up, just to strengthen up a little bit. But as on the flip side, she does look fit enough from that kind of lean perspective, and that she's not carrying any extra weight. So they do have her as well turned out as they possibly can for this return to the races. I think she's interesting. As number 3 is B-Bit. Now, she's done the bulk of her running on the turf, but she's only had 6 fast dirt races. She's never finished worse than 3rd. So I'm okay with her getting onto this surface. I think it's interesting, too, that Chris Englehart does this, because this is a move that he often does have success with. And, 2, Chris bringing her back, she is always one that I've always been a little bit critical of her not looking as strong as she should behind the saddle in her hindquarters, and he actually has her looking the best that I have seen her in her brief stint here at the Naira racetrack. So with a little bit of a layoff, too, with her in mind, I think she looks ready to go here. Now, we do have a late scratch being announced here in this 6th race. Number 7 in here, Making Sense, is a late scratch. I do believe there was a discrepancy with her shoeing. So she will be a late scratch today. Getting back to number 3 in here, B-Bit. She does show up wearing the front wraps first off the claim, but Chris Englehart runs every single one of his horses in front wraps. So don't put any stock into that. I think she's an interesting player, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thanks. So it is, again, late scratch, Making Sense, coming out of this race. One of several that looked they wanted to show speed in here. What does that do to Blue Paint, the 2?
Well, Blue Paint is loose, and she's an interesting discussion here, because she is woefully inferior to this field on paper. In her last race is really the only race she's ever run that even puts her in the ballpark of being fast enough to win. But we've seen some pretty crazy horses win races by sitting on the rail in this racetrack over the last month and even this weekend. So I'm not going to discount her. I don't see how she can win on her merits, but I can see her winning on this racetrack. I don't really like customer experience. Listen, I liked Making Sense a lot in this race. Unfortunately, she's not going to get to play. It might be fortunate for me. So I'm not a huge customer experience fan. She is the horse to beat, but she was very much with the racetrack last time out, with a wide trip on a day the rail was bad. Maggie was mentioning Charge Account. Well, Charge Account's coming off a dead rail trip. Though I guess we'll talk about customer experience right now since we're showing the replay. She had everything her own way in this race, and she took advantage of it. But I'm not overly sold on her, but she has run well going a mile, but I think she's a little dressed up.
Yeah, this was the win sprinting, so I wanted to ask you that, going back to that. She has won at a mile. Yeah. She's run some good races, but 5 of her 6 wins have come sprinting.
Yeah, that concerns me a little bit. And also she's an outside closer, coming off of a perfect trip on a dead rail track, and now she's an outside closer on a gold rail. So how does that suit her? I think Charge Account is the interesting horse in this race to 4. She was on a dead rail at Monmouth in her last start, and prior to that, she ran 2 very big races that would make her competitive here. And one thing about her rider, Jose Gomez, he sticks to the fence.
Equal Measure kicks off the post parade here, 9-1.
Tough to make a case for this one. She just doesn't really look good enough, and she's a turf horse to boot.
All 4 of her wins on the grass. Here's Blue Paint, the speedster.
She's going to be in front in this race, and I'll tell you, sometimes around here right now, that's all you need.
B-Bit really capable on either surface, but 4 of her 6 wins on turf.
I agree, but she has a higher percentage of wins on the dirt, so she seems to be able to handle the surface, and she can be forward.
Here's Charge Account, who you were talking about.
I think she's an interesting alternative favorite, and she becomes my top choice with the scratch.
Trained by Kelly Breen. He's the one who suggested to Angel Cordero that he work with Jose Gomez.
Good move for both of them.
Yeah. Customer experience, 4-5 actually on the board.
I could never take 4-5 on a horse that's against the bias, coming off a with the bias win. I get it. She's in some ways the horse to beat, But I think she's sketchy a little here. I'll tell you one thing, though. William Morey, he hasn't had any starters since coming here from Kentucky, but his horses have been running.
Limited starters, no question, but 43% at the meet early on for him. Even money on his charge here. Customer experience. Let's go back to Jonathan.
Yeah, this is a situation where the 6 to me makes a lot of sense for lots of different reasons. This horse was going 6 furlongs last time and showed some tactical speed, so they could, if they were aggressively ridden, from pace figures, this horse could be sent forward and get that position that's needed to not be against the bias. But at a short price, do you really want to? I don't like betting short prices when you need a trip. I like betting short prices when the horse is going to get a trip. So that's a little bit of a problem for me. The 3B bit. This horse is interesting to me. This is a horse that has done a lot of running on the turf, but does have a couple of dirt races that fit. The horse has tactical speed, and you get a rider like Kendrick Carmouche that I think is two positives. One, Kendrick is usually aggressive from the gate. Will get his position moving forward, which in my opinion will help B-Bit find her way down to the rail. The second part is, and I can't say this for all of the amazing riders in the room, Kendrick pays attention to bias. So if Kendrick can get to the rail, Kendrick will be on the rail, and to me, that is a comforting notion. So I'll take the 3B bit on top, but I do think the 6 is live, just not at a short price.
Even money still on the 6, and B bit the 3 at 2-1 with Kendrick.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan, but I don't disagree with Jonathan. She could end up being behind the 2 and getting to the fence. And that could certainly help her. I'm not a huge fan of hers, but I could see her winning this race. Like I said, I like the 4 charge account. I'll stick with her. I mean, for me, the win went out of my sails when the 7 scratched. When you really like a horse, and I really like the 7 in this race. It's always a little tough. She was scratched. You know, it'd be one thing if she was scratched because she had a physical issue. But because it was a shoe thing, you feel like it's sort of an unfortunate scratch. But that's the way it goes. It's tough for the connections who put a lot into getting her to the racetrack and all the people that work with her just to get her there. But I don't mind going in charge account. She's 7-2 in here, and I'm going to hope she gets the right kind of trip. And around here, right now, all you're just doing is hoping you get the right kind of trip.
Pick 4 coming up with more on that late scratch. I'm making sense. Let's go back to Maggie.
And just to kind of explain a little bit about what was going on with the shoe dispute with Making Sense leading to her being a scratch. Often we'll hear prior to a race, horses announce that are wearing 1/4-inch bends. So it's a turn down on their hind shoes just to provide a little bit more traction. Well, Making Sense were more like 1/2-inch bends. So they're just too big for the paddock blacksmith and the stewards to feel comfortable in allowing her to run and citing it might be an unfair type of advantage. So do want to discuss B-Bit a little bit with regards to her warm-up. And she was very aggressive with Kendrick. I mean, Kendrick did as he usually did, but she kind of threw her head in the air and took a hold of him pretty good, and it took him a while to get her pulled up as well. So she was very quiet in the paddock, but he certainly woke her up out on the racetrack, and a filly that, as JK was mentioning, has enough early speed to keep her engaged, and I think we'll see that her sitting just off those early likely pace setters. Greg?
Maggie, thanks. There you see the analyst selections, and really the last week has been all about Trevor McCarthy. Today has been about Dylan Davis. He's trying to get his 3rd win here on the 4-5 favorite. Customer experience. Can she do it here off the stretch out? But she loves this track, we know, but the way it's playing today, she might be up against it.
Yeah, I mean, and when you couple that with the fact that she's coming off with a sort of a bias-aided victory, you've got all the accoutrements of an overbet horse. I'm not going to fall out of my chair if she wins this race, but she is not a good bet at 4-5, in my opinion.
Pick 4 begins here. It includes, of course, the Busanda with points earned to get into that starting gate for the Kentucky Oaks. That's coming up in the 8th. Magic Circle going to attract a lot of attention. Rosebug will as well for Bill Mott. Sequence starts here, though. 4-5. Customer experience. Bill Morey off the claim. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial to kick things off.
They're all in. Set for race 6. And they're off. From the outside, it is Customer Experience. And now Charge Account is moving up to grab a narrow lead. Customer Experience on the outside, an equal measure, moves up down at the rail. Then it's B Bit and Blue Paint. Only 2.5 lengths separating the field as they move up the backstretch now. And it is Charge Account by a head. Customer Experience, the favorite on the outside in second. Equal measure is down at the rail. Then it is B Bit and Blue Paint in the quarter in 23 3/5 seconds. They move along here with Charge Account in front here by a head. Customer Experience right there on the outside in second. It's a length and a quarter to B Bit, who tracks in third. Equal measure down on the inside in fourth. Blue Paint is the trailer. And now there's a half mile to the finish. It is still Charge Account and Customer Experience. They are 1-2. The half was run in 46 3/5 seconds. Blue Paint is making a move up on the outside to grab third. Equal measure is at the rail. And B Bit is now back in fifth. Customer Experience has drawn right alongside of Charge Account, and the two of them are right together. They've got 2.5 lengths on equal measure in third, and Blue Paint, who's now tailed off in fourth. 3/4 went in 1:10 4. Customer Experience has now taken the lead. Equal measure up on the outside into second. Charge Account is down towards the rail. It is Customer Experience who has a 3.5, now a 4-length lead as they come on for the finish. And it's going to be a 3-win Sunday in New York for jockey Dylan Davis. Customer Experience over Equal Measure and Charge Account.
Customer Experience just too good for this group. Now 5 for 8 at Aqueduct, and as you heard, 3-win day for Dylan.
Track's been playing quickly, but that's a very solid time for her. And listen, when a horse wins and wins that easily and was never on the rail, you've got to give them a lot of credit. You know, we frequently say, well, that horse was helped by the racetrack. Well, she wasn't. She was just much the best. I credit Jose Gomez. I love him as a rider. He gave Charge Account every possible chance in this race. She just didn't run well. I mean, that's not his fault. He can't pick her up and carry her on his shoulders. And frankly, the one equal measure, she overperformed, and a good ride by Jalen. He stayed on the inside and angled out in the stretch. But this winner, she's a decisive winner. She justified her 4-5 price and then some in here.
And you see how quiet Dylan was. He didn't have to do a lot late in this race. She was just tons the best. 4-5 favorite, kicks off this pick 4, 6-1-4 finish. And she wins for the 7th time in 19 career starts, but she has been really at her absolute best here on this racetrack.
And how about William Morey? He's now 4 for 8 with his starters here. Something tells me he may be bringing more horses to New York in the near future because his horses are running.
Incredible start, no question. To Hot Springs we go in the 4th race. Next on the card at Oaklawn, it's a 2-turn mile starter optional claiming group. W.W. Fitzy. Robertino Diodoro, one of the best claiming trainers in this game. With the 4-5 favorite here, David Cohen rides.
This horse looked very, very hard to beat, especially off the last race. I mean, I thought the 9 was a little bit interesting and valuable off the claim by Chris Hartman. It was the second choice, but this is not a heavy favorite. Greg, I don't know about you, but I'm not looking to play against her. Him. Her. Her. Him. Him. Her.
A 6-year-old mare who's trying to win for the 10th time in her career. She had to go against Coach in Stakes Company last time out in the Pippin.
She's just running against better horses. You know, I liked her a little last time, and she didn't get the best of trips in there and actually ran fairly well because she didn't get out of the gate. Could have been a little bit different. I'm not saying she would have won, but she could have been second if she got out of the gate. I thought she ran fine, and she may have this field over a barrel.
We'll get to her coming up. We're going to start with a long shot down on the inside as they make this turn here for the post parade coming up. Shabam. McLean Robertson will kick things off here in a moment, coming in from Canterbury. Actually been on the turf the last couple of starts.
Is that a superhero, Shabam?
Shazam, I know is.
Shabam could be his sort of long-lost brother or something. He's from the earlier part of the alphabet. Right.
This one has not shown superhero powers on the racetrack.
No, not on the dirt, that's for sure.
Izzy Bella at 7-1.
Stretching out for this race off the 6-furlong race would have to improve. Should be forward, but there's other speed.
Bob and Tail Kenny Smith comes out of a stake.
Yeah. Listen, she got a couple of solid figures. They're both in stakes. Her non-stake figures are not even in the ballpark, which makes me wonder a little bit.
Here is the even money favorite.
I think she ran very well last time. I respect Diodoro off the claim, and I think she's going to win.
Duplicitous will stretch out.
Good name for a horse.
5-year-old by Twirling Candy.
And the name is better than her. She stretches out.
Yeah, 3-time winner. Invaluable. Chris Hartman claim.
She's a horse that we saw run here, and I respect Chris Hartman off the claim. His claim numbers, though, for what it's worth, he's stretching out on the dirt off the claim. He's 3 for 17, over 4 at Oaklawn.
Speed with Miss Imperial.
Yeah, she's a horse that should be forwardly placed in this race, stretching out. I agree with you.
Catechism, 8-1, who just missed by a half length, sprinting on the lead last start, went very quick early.
All the speed is on the outside, right? He's reading the 10, 11, and 9. They seem like the 3 speeds, if you want. But I don't know if that's going to be able to make them beat the 6, though, who looks pretty tough to me.
Yeah, it looks like there's plenty of speed to set it up for WW Fitzy. How's the track been playing in Hot Springs? Let's go back to Gary Stevens, our Hall of Famer.
Well, guys, I usually do my opening hit giving a weather report. I didn't do that today, but I'm going to give you a weather report right now, and track condition as well. The track's playing a little bit sluggish. It was 20 degrees this morning when I came out to the racetrack. The track didn't open up for training until 10 o'clock. It was too cold. It was iced over. They did a great job with it, but this track hasn't had any water on it whatsoever for 4 days, and it's actually very dry right now and tiring. These horses, granted, we haven't had this quality of horse that we have in this race running earlier on the card, but the track times have been very slow. The intermediate fractions have been slow, and horses are really struggling home. So it's going to be interesting to see how this track plays throughout this afternoon, how horses are handling it, and what effect it has, and if they do add any water. I would say they're more than likely not going to. We're supposed to get sub-freezing temperatures again tonight. People need to train in the morning to prepare for next week's races. But as far as the race setup goes here, I'd say, yeah, Miss Imperial's probably going to be on the lead. The 6 horse, she's got to be in a perfect spot, and she looks much the best on paper here. But I think you have to take into account how the track conditions are and this temperature going from 20 degrees to 60 degrees right now. It's like a spring-like day. And this filly, WW Fitzy, she did get a little warm coming over here. She's not washed out, but she was the only one that's sweating up a little bit under her girth and her hindquarters. So something to keep an eye on there. If she's going to get beat, she's going to beat herself today, guys.
Gary, thanks. I had to double check. From 20 to 60 degrees, that is a wild swing.
We got to get Gary one of those green screens so he could come on, pointing on the map and giving us the full weather report. It's Al Roker Stevens. It is amazing. When he said it was 23 and this morning, but it was as low as 21 today.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's a big swing, huh? 36-degree warm-up?
Still warmer than it was in Green Bay.
I feel so bad about poor Aaron Rodgers losing. It's a tough beat for him.
Even money on WW Fitzy, said with no sarcasm whatsoever. 3 minutes away from that 4th at Oaklawn. Back in New York, customer experience. 7th career win, 5 for 8 at Aqueduct. Del Mori off the claim. Dylan Davis, number 3 today.
These horses for William Mori are just running. And no exception here with customer experience coming off the claim. She was huge. She was not benefiting from the racetrack. She was simply an hour and a half the best in this race. That was an impressive performance by her.
Usually a pretty good sign, too, when the last 4 times out, a horse has been claimed. Trainers, sharp trainers, saw something they liked. Try and find out if she again was taken out of this race for you. We'll look into that.
I feel like she's a rare original. She was claimed by.
Trying to find out by
I think
who.
she's
But yes,
an
she was
original Klarovich runner, a rare original Klarovich runner that has proven to be okay.
5th straight race she's been claimed. $44,856 pick 6 carryover today coming in. That began in race 4 Glass Ceiling. Even money favorite began it. Bistrita, $7.40, and now an odds-on favorite. So very formful to this point. Long way to go, though.
If you're alive in a pick 6 and you've made it through 5 races, it feels like there's a long way to go.
It really does, doesn't it?
Yeah. We've seen logical results so far, though. We'll see how it plays out.
One day I want to be 5 for 5 with all.
She was claimed by a person who gets mentioned on the show way too often. Won an 8-way shake. We should probably let Jonathan tell everybody.
JK?
Marshall Graham.
I didn't know, but I was going to guess. Marshall deserves to be mentioned all the time. Look, this is a situation for me where you want to. This is a lesson in conditions where it's my opinion that in these starter allowance races, these are some of the most dependable favorites that you can find because they kind of sneak in through technicalities to a certain extent. You look at the favorite in here, the 6 WW Fitzy. Look at the past performance. This horse was claimed for $62,500. Diodoro comes right back and runs in a stake. So the fact that they claimed for that much, then ran in a stake, they obviously thought the horse could run a little bit. Then, if you look at the conditions of this race, this is for horses that have started for $30,000 or less. WW Fitzy hasn't started for $30,000 or less since 2018 when she debuted for $15,000. She's won like 9 or 10 times since then. Basically, this is a check move by Flying P Stables to make a little bit of money to help pay some of the bills for some of the other horses that aren't quite working out. And you just pick up the check here in a starter allowance race where this horse was a single digit in a stake last time.
And there she is, 4-5. So thank you, JK, for that lesson here in these conditions. You still got to do it, though. Invaluable, this 9. Stretching out, has shown speed, has won on the New York circuit as well. But you just think there's too much speed for any one of these 3 really to kind of get loose?
Well, no, I mean, I think that obviously it always depends on who rides the most aggressively, but I think the 10 can get loose in here. And she is off the claim for Jerry Hollendorfer, who does not have great stats off the claim overall. I think she's supposed to be the main speed in this race. I just think the 6 is just a better horse, and I believe that unless the 6 gets in significant trouble, she's going to win this race.
Well, she ran a couple of races last year that would win this race by a country mile. Ran a 94 buyer on this track April last year. Can she do it again now as a 6-year-old? She's the odds-on favorite. WW Fitzy. Let's go to Vic Stauffer.
They're at the post. They're off. Fast start for Duplicitous and Invaluable. WW Fitzy broke good today into the outside Miss Imperial, and there goes WW Fitzy right to the front. Then comes Catechism, followed by Bob and Tail and Isabella, and the trailer is Shabam. WW Fitzy to the backstretch, a length in front of Miss Imperial, who runs up to challenge in second. Then comes Duplicitous, third and about 2.5 from the front. Shabam is a absolute handful and tough to manage. She's in fifth, just outside of Bob and Tail. Then it's 3.5 back to Isabella at the rail, Catechism between horses, and now Invaluable is the trailer up the backstretch. Finish line is the 16th pole, and David Cohen's trying to win his third on the day, and he's got WW Fitzy in striking position to do that. She goes into the far turn with a 2-length lead on Miss Imperial in second. Then it's 3.5 to Duplicitous and Bob and Tail. Isabella's at the rail, another 2 back to Catechism and Shabam, and Invaluable is still the trailer. 10 lengths first to last. WW Fitzy is the leader. She continues to roll along with a 2-length lead over Miss Imperial in second. 3 back to Bob and Tail and Duplicitous. Then comes Isabella, back of the pack. Shabam has dropped out. WW Fitzy is the leader at the top of the stretch. It's a short stretch too, and she's got a 2-length lead on Miss Imperial in second. Duplicitous is third. Bob and Tail and Isabella. WW Fitzy never gave him a chance today. WW Fitzy now 5 in front. Miss Imperial and Bob and Tail. 3 wins David Cohen. WW Fitzy. She won by better than 5. Miss Imperial was second. Bob and Tail third. Duplicitous finished fourth.
WW Fitzy, when she was in front early, that spelled trouble for the rest of this field.
Yeah.
She was entered, it spelled trouble for the rest of this field.
Yes, yeah. This field was in trouble when they drew the race. The only thing that kept her from winning by more was the short stretch. If it had been a long stretch, she could have won by about 8 or 10. You know, when the best horse gets the lead in a race where the best chance their upsetters have is to try to control the pace up front, they're really in trouble. I smoked her right out 3-5. All over her.
3-5, yes, in the end, dropped down another notch. 3 wins for David Cohen, as you heard. 10-time winner now, the 6-year-old mare, who ran in here and ran protected for Diodoro and Flying P Stable.
Well, yeah, there's all sorts of rules on
on, well, this is an optional, right? Starter optional, but there are a lot of different rules there for waiver rules, by the way. Someone was trying to explain to me the other day. I wasn't smart enough to follow along.
Hottest rider on the planet right now. Trevor McCarthy's won with 11 of his last 16 mounts coming into today. He added another earlier on the card. Can he stay hot? Coming up.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
Smile Happy was a TDN rising star following his maiden win at Keeneland. From there, he captured the Grade 2 Kentucky Jockey Club Stakes to remain undefeated and earning points toward the Kentucky Derby. In Future Pool 1, Smile Happy was individual leader by lowest odds. Among the top of his crop by stakes winners and earnings, Run Happy continues his rise and is priced for success. Call today and book your mare to Red Hot Sire Run Happy, standing in legendary Stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
Blood Horse Plus, available through bloodhorse.com, provides exclusive, timely, and unmatched content to subscribers, including Fox Sports, Blood Horse branded weekly programs, a detailed stakes winners section, behind-the-scenes videos from Blood Horse staff, on-demand access to deeper horse statistics, and a $5 monthly credit to equineline.com. Upgrade to Blood Horse Plus today.
We were just fortunate to have an Andy Sterling taking care of the backstretch workers. There's no words to describe what he has done in the mix of this climate of the uncertainty that we live in through this virus. He has been a quiet but very important supporter of the efforts that the New York Racetrack Chaplaincy have done throughout the past 2 years. And we appreciate his efforts, and not only his efforts, but his heart has always been in the right place and has been with our backstretch community for a very long time, since he started here.
Andy Sterling, I am very happy for you. Congratulations. Thanks. On an honor well-deserved.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. It means a lot to me, actually, and I appreciate the chaplaincy and all they've done. I mean, you know, Umberto and all the people at the chaplaincy and how much they do for the most deserving people. I mean, we wouldn't have jobs around here if it wasn't for the people on the backstretch. We wouldn't have a sport to love, a sport I've loved my entire life, if it wasn't for the hard work of these people. And obviously, with the pandemic particularly, it's been a tough time. And I think anything that any of us can do, and it's hard to tell people, you know, they have their own struggles with money. It's hard to tell people you should give money, you should do this, you should do that. But I think if any of us have some extra money to give, whatever it is, the chaplaincy, BEST, the Belmont Child Care Association, all these are very important in taking care of people that do so much for us, and they never, ever, ever get any real credit for it. They're so far behind the scenes, and it means a lot to me, and I really do appreciate what the chaplaincy said and what Umberto said, but there's nothing any of us could do that would be enough.
They really make this show go on.
Yeah.
And they don't get enough recognition.
They can't. They could never get enough.
Nope. And it, again, with COVID too, been an extremely tough time for everyone there in the backstretch. So if you can, as Andy said, any little bit helps. Give what you can, and it's a well-deserved honor for Andy Sterling. Happy for you. 7th here at Aqueduct. New York Reds, A other than allowance coming up. Snicket, you look at this last race from Snicket, and wow, it is tough to love this horse today, who has 8 seconds as well in 17 career starts.
The pick was paying over $1,000. I was alive to her. It was ugly up here. You weren't here. I'm surprised you didn't hear me from wherever you were. You were in England. I'm surprised you didn't. Somebody in England heard me. It was.
We will
how
talk
she lost that
more
race is unbelievable.
about her chances coming up in a moment. First, let's head down to Maggie.
And just to kind of go back to what you guys were talking about, the importance of the backstretch and the team that provide for these horses every single day. And, you know, thinking about the pandemic with the horses, they didn't know we're in the midst of a pandemic. They needed taken care of every single day. And so for the whole teams in every single barn to show up, do their job despite being in the midst of catching COVID, that was a risk. But they did it for the horses because at the end of the day, our hearts are always, indebted to the horses. And as somebody who a hot walker, a groom, exercise rider, I've done it all. I can certainly relate to everybody that just works 24/7 with these majestic animals. As we'll take a look at number 2 in here, Enter Sandwoman for Jimmy Jerkins off the trainer change. And she did show up on a sloppy track last time, but getting back out with a little bit more ground. I'd honestly prefer to see her going the 1-turn mile where she's had success, because she's so big and leggy. And albeit one thing in her favor is she's getting back against New York breds for the first time in a while, where she did beat Maiden 40 early last year. But look, I'm always going to like a Jimmy Jerkins trainee. His horses just are what I look for in runners when they come over. They're well conditioned, they're typically energetic, they're forward. So I like what I'm seeing from her. I do think she's fairly intriguing. As we'll move on to the outside, who is taking a big step up in class, number 8, Bella Principessa. I don't like the field she comes out of, though she did trounce them that day, to be fair. Just a horse that, putting my hand over her PPs, I like what I see here physically. She's really well turned out, much like she was in that win. She did look as though she was, exceedingly much better than her competition that day. But I'll tell you what, she matches up against the fillies that fillies and mares she meets here today. So I like what I'm seeing from Bella Principessa, though she certainly gets a class test, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thanks. 7 minutes away here from this 7th coming up. And 9-2. And on this outside horse here, Bella Principessa. Get to the post parade shortly.
I struggle with this race because I get that the 3 figures to be the speed, Snicket, but I also have the same issues you brought up, Greg. She's 8 times second. Another horse who beat her did come up the good rail last time, but she basically rode it until she drifted a bit in the stretch. If she didn't win last time, I can't take her even under ideal circumstances. And happy to see this again and suffer through that beat again. I was live with the horse 2, by the way, Greg. They were paying 6 and change and 1,000 and change.
This was to close out a...
I think it might have been pick 4, not a pick 5. But it was definitely, it may have been 5, whatever. Pick 5, pick 5.
At what point did you start
swearing?
Probably here.
A little before this. I think I hit Lafitte in the head with a water bottle. She just doesn't want to win, this horse. And the winner got a great ride from Trevor McCarthy. Who else? Up the rail. Everybody else would have been 5 wide, now would have cashed. I struggle because Casilda 40 Tails is the logical horse to beat her. I don't expect her to see the rail in this race. And I'm going to make a small bet on That Is Key. Because That Is Key was 4 wide against a gold rail last time. Now, she may get a wide trip again, but Eric Cancel has picked up on the racetrack over the last day or so. So maybe Eric can get a little lucky. In a race like this where I can't figure out anybody, I'd rather bet a few dollars on a price because I don't like the bottom horse. I think she caught lightning in a bottle in a weaker race in the slop. Last time she beat Queen Tigua. And I do think Casilda 40 Tails is the horse to beat, but I don't trust her to get the right trip, so I'm going to hope to get lucky with the 5 who has an excuse in her last start.
That Is Key, the 5, 9-1 right now. For Ralph DeSalessandro, Eric Cancel will be aboard as we take a look at Mia Be a Star, who's just 2 for 20 lifetime.
You know, the funny thing about her, and on paper, she doesn't have a prayer. I mean, you can't make a case for her based on her PPs. Randy Persaud has remarkable numbers off the claim. I think at Aqueduct, he's something like 7 for 23 in dirt sprints off the claim over the last 5 years. Now, this is 7 furlongs. He won with 1 here earlier this week. So you don't think of Randy Persaud as a trainer you're going to be betting off the claim. But he's had at least 2, maybe 3 winners off the claim at this meet alone. But, geez, Greg, how do you make a case for her?
Got 12 lengths to try and make up on the one to her inside. Casilda 40 tails. Tough to endorse. Jonathan, your thoughts here in the 7th?
Yeah, look, I think the 6 Casilda 40 tails is probably the most likely winner, and you have to work through the post position. But she's tactical enough that it doesn't feel like she's going to be wide all the way around there. And I don't care if she is. If she runs her race 2 back, they're all running for second. You have to come up with an excuse for her last race. Well, for me, she was wide that day. She was on a sloppy racetrack. That's enough for me to come up with some excuses for her. And at 5-2, I could get into betting Casilda 40 tails. The other horse that Andy mentioned, the 3 Snicket. This is something that I've had to kind of battle with in the last 5 years or so when I've become more aware of track bias, is typically I struggle to play a horse who was bias aided in their next start. But it's hard when they project to get the same trip that they got last time and they're likely to be bias aided again. So although the instinct is to discount the last performance, I think the proper thing in this situation with the tactical speed of Snicket being drawn where Snicket's drawn, likely to get the same trip. I prefer the 6, but I wouldn't be shocked if the 3 won.
All right, Jonathan, thanks. And, he mentioned that start 2 back. If she runs that, everyone is running for second, but she's never produced it before. She hasn't produced it in her next start, obviously. Can we trust it? We're ever going to see that again from her?
No. She was compromised by a speed in the inside track last time out, so she did have an excuse. But I agree, Greg. The problem with a race 2 back is, Jonathan, that's fine. Fine, I don't disagree. But it's an aberration.
Yeah. 19-1 on Ancient Brown on the inside.
I actually think that she has a little bit of a look for a long shot to get a piece because she has run some good races, and getting a dry track may help.
We'll have more on this rider in a moment. Trevor McCarthy, the hot hand in this town. Jimmy Jerkins, the trainer.
Got to leave her, use her just because of Trevor, and she'll stay on the rail.
Snicket, reasons to play against, as we've talked about.
It's just the second place finishes are just piling up, and last race she had no excuse to lose.
Captivating Kira, she took 19 starts. She finally won last time out.
But I don't think she rates to go 2 for 20.
That is key. 9-1, you like.
I think she's a little bit interesting in the price. She's had an excuse. Ralph Del Sanders, the horse trainer, has had some good numbers at the Aqueduct meetings.
Casilda 40 tails, 9-5 with Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, if she runs a race 2 back, she'll win. But she's got a lot of other races that give her no chance. So what do you do? She's a 1-number horse as of now.
Mia Bia Star, you talked about this trainer off the claim in New York.
You're strictly betting on Randy Persaud off the claim if you're betting on this one because she makes no sense on paper.
Yeah, Manny Franco outside on Bella Principessa just claimed.
Coming off a facile win, no doubt about it, but a sloppy sealed track that's aberrantly better than any race she's ever run against a questionable field and moving up and drawing an outside post. Listen, she's 6-1 if you like her. I'm just not that guy.
Enter Sandwoman, the mount of the man she'd probably be playing Enter Sandman for because he's been the closer here in New York. Trevor McCarthy coming into today. He'd won with 11 of his last 16 mounts. He added another win earlier today, just riding incredible, and he's doing it with smarts as well, reading the racetrack. He's won of those 11 wins, only 3 favorites.
Oh, yeah, no, he's winning on horses that are prices. And the other thing is, they're not all speeds. It's not like he's getting on a bunch of speeds and he's wiring the field. He's on closers, but what he's doing is staying on the rail. Case in point, the horse that beat Snicket. She came from dead last. And Trevor was joking with me. He said, sorry, I beat you out of that score. He said, but, I knew it was going to be hard to win from dead last, so I put her on the rail and hoped I got lucky. And that's what you have to sort of do. I mean, if you're doing the right thing with your horses, you're going to always give them their best chance to win. And that's all you can ask from a rider. The very best riders are rarely going to win races with horses where they shouldn't have won, and they did something special. It's the number of races you don't lose on horses that are supposed to win. I think that's how you judge the very best riders, and I mean, that's, and Gary could obviously expound on this great deal because Gary's ridden so many good horses in his career. You go down there, I'm sure Gary's got down into the paddock a number of occasions and said to himself, I just hope I don't blow it here. Because, that's what you want to be in that position, to be that rider, to be in a position where you're riding horses that are supposed to win as long as you give them a good ride. And, and Gary, obviously one of the great riders of certainly of my lifetime, if not anybody's lifetime.
And another, as we talked about it earlier, just textbook ride, staying to the inside today with Fancy Feline back in race 3 for Trevor.
Incredible.
Back in race 3. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
Couldn't be more happier for Trevor McCarthy, just a guy who works so tirelessly and hard through the mornings and here into the afternoons, and really, truly a thinking man's rider, as we've discussed. And hopefully he gets my selection here with Enter Sandwoman to the winner's circle. But talking about your favorite in Casilda 40 Tails, you know, last time she kind of came away, broke out, and then just seemed to be in a bit of a tangle, and then she kind of stutter-stepped, almost stumbling there while under a serious, ride to get to the front, because that's where she is most effective. Now, today I noticed, and I wasn't here to do her race on January 1st, but she's wearing a very big cup blinker. I mean, as full of a cup that you can get without being an extension blinker. So I don't know. I think they had that in mind, too, to leave there running and take no prisoners here, guys.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Enter Sandwoman. There's Trevor.
She's another one-number horse, right? Her last race 2 back gives her a chance in here, and the rest of the race is too slow. It's a funny race. I wouldn't knock anybody to take a shot with anyone in this race.
Well, favorite as they load up, Casilda 40 Tails, the 6. Jose Ortiz.
This race could be the pick 6 buster if there is one. This race and the 9th race. They're both races where it's very hard to be overly confident of anybody, right?
I agree. Jose, he'll be on board Magic Circle in the Busanda coming up. He's on the favorite here. Let's go to John Imbrial.
And they're off. Casilda 40 Tails. This shows first with Captivating Cara and Snicket right behind second and third. That is key. Runs in fourth. Alongside is Mia Be a Star. Now Ancient Brown is moving up down towards the rail. At the back, Bella Principessa and Enter Sandwoman. Casilda 40 Tails leads by 2 lengths with Snicket in pursuit in second. The quarter went in 22 and 4/5 seconds. It is Casilda 40 Tails on top. Snicket runs in second. Ancient Brown has advanced down on the inside into third. Captivating Cara is alongside in fourth. That is Key is next, followed by the gray, Mia Be a Star, and a Bella Principessa, who's moving up a few spots down towards the rail. The trailer is Enter Sandwoman. They're all chasing Casilda 40 Tails, who ran the opening half in 45 and 2/5 seconds. Snicket remains in second. Bella Principessa is now up to third as they come off the turn and head for home. Casilda 40 Tails with the lead. Snicket on the outside runs in second. Bella Principessa is next in third. And they're at the 8th pole. Casilda 40 Tails trying to hold off Snicket and Bella Principessa. Casilda 40 Tails by 2.5 lengths. And it will be a front-running score here for Casilda 40 Tails, who checks home first as the 6-5 favorite.
Favorite at 6-5. The win in this race was over a couple of jumps in.
Right. Jose Ortiz was aggressive. Dylan Davis was not. Race was over. Once she cleared to the front, she was 1-9 to win this race. You got a 6-5 shot that's probably the best horse in the race, and she doesn't project to be the inside speed, and she ends up being the inside speed. That race is over. And this race, as you say, was over. Strides out of the gate. I credit Jose Ortiz in this case for being alert. I don't think Dylan was going to win on Snicket anyway because she doesn't want to win in any circumstances, but still.
And a little warm-up of what we're going to see from Jose coming up in the feature next.
He's not leaving the rail on that filly, and she's going to have the run of the race from down there.
And it's Magic Circle, who has the inside post in the Busanda coming up with Jose aboard. And you got to feel what it's like on the front end here on the favorite. Casilda 40 Tails, 4th win, 15 career starts. She's won 3 of her last 5 now. Good race, bad race. She put in another good one here and found the right field to do it against. 6-3-8-2 here in the 7th at Aqueduct. Busanda on the road to the Kentucky Oaks coming up next. And Rudy Rodriguez, he's dreaming of that first Friday in May with Magic Circle. Can he get there? He'll try and take the next step coming up.
Magic's in front. Good Magic pulls away from Sobomini. Good Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Good Magic to the front of the field in the Toyota Bluegrass to win it.
The champ is back. Good Magic in a good-looking performance.
800,000, 75, 875, 8.5. Pete, 775,000. Thank you.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on FS2. Good to have you with us on this Sunday afternoon. Our program brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. We're going to head back to Hot Springs. Race 5, Oaklawn. Kicks off the late pick 5 sequence. 2-turn mile. Lower level claiming race. $6,000 claiming tag. So they're all up for sale in this race. And Love Nest, Ron Moquette, John Court team up on a 7-year-old coming off a win last time out for 8,000. We'll get to him in a moment. We start with Seekin' Justice.
Seekin' Justice looks to be a little bit tough here. Would need to dramatically improve.
The aforementioned Love Nest comes off that win. That was at Oaklawn.
Yeah, the problem is that there seems, at least on paper, to be plenty of other speed. They should be moving up front in here.
12-time winner with the veteran on board. And we'll have more on later in the show. John Court still riding strong into his 60s. So Alive, just claimed by Jason Barkley. Excuse me, not claimed. Jason Barkley, the trainer.
Second time for Jason Barkley. Would have to improve to win.
Dr. Foreman, 5-time winner. Paul Holthus.
Another horse who potentially could be part of the pace is dropping a little bit in the air, but doing a conditional 10,000 claim or two back, stretching out.
Meistermind taking some money here with David Cohen.
I don't bet ex Diodoro horses. This horse has not run in 9 months.
Now with Norm McKnight. Flat Out Justice. Last start in the mud was a no-show.
Yeah, it was good in the race. The horse was claimed, but has not run well since the claim.
Splash for Gold. 6-time winner on dirt.
Another stretch out. Doesn't this horse look a little better, though, on synthetic, recently at least?
I would agree with that. Major Brown, 26-1 Kelsey Har.
Yes, tough to make on paper. Another horse could be forward in theory.
An even bigger price next door on an 11-time winner, this 8-year-old.
I mean, I don't know if this horse should be 31-1, though the last race was a disaster. The race 2 back gives this horse a chance to get a piece.
Yeah, one at a tougher level
like
at
a big
Churchill.
price for that horse's PPs.
Coach Adams, 2-1.
Horse to beat, but it is a Diodoro horse, claimed for 8,000, running for 62.5, has speed, should be forward, logical horse.
Was beat, though, last out by Love Nest. There's the 11-something Natural, another player.
I know this horse is dropping, but this horse is a massive overlay, in my opinion, at 10-1 on the drop down. I'm going to have to bet this horse at this price.
Coming out of a 30 claiming down to 6.
I'm betting this horse.
That's what I say, the 12, 43-1.
Well, here's what I say. Good luck.
3 minutes away, 5th at Oaklawn. So this race kicks off the pick 5. Part of the sequence, of course, that feature where we're going to see the return of Happy Mac. Let's go to JK.
Yeah, look, this is a situation where I got a couple of horses. Look, I think the 10's going to probably win here. The horse definitely has numbers that fit. You got to think there's going to be an improve with the switch to Diodoro. Second off of a break, outside draw, blah, 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 blah. But I think that another horse that's kind of interesting is the 3, So Alive. When it comes to horses who at one point had shown talent and they continue to switch hands, I'm hopeful that at some point these horses might find some of what they had with just a whole different scenario. So Alive won first out at Keeneland. That takes a little bit of talent to win and break your maiden at Keeneland. It's a very important aspect of talent. But this horse just hasn't really panned out to be anything else. Maybe switching to Jason Barkley's barn. Horse ran well enough last time at a low level, ran an okay figure on a sloppy racetrack, first off a break, and just maybe the 3 So Alive can kind of show what he's shown in the past. But like I said, I think the 10's the most likely winner. But at a short price, give me the 3 So Alive to show me what he did one day at Keeneland.
A horse who, it was a few years ago now, the 2019, but he was on the Triple Crown Trail briefly, including a distant third in the Sam F. Davis.
Well, at one time in his life, he was a very different horse than he is now. He's a price. Johnny likes him. I wish him the best of luck. I didn't see it. I'm not betting this rider, who has not been having a particularly good meet, to say the least. But listen, he's a price. I took a price as well. I like the 11 as an upsetter. I bet the 11 to win and played a 10-11 exacta, small box, and a 10-11 press.
Meanwhile, this horse here just beat Coach Adams, who's the favorite. But it shows you the power of Diodoro. Diodoro claims the 10, that horse favorite, but Love Nest just handled this horse pretty easily.
Yeah, that's a good point. That is a good point, no question about it. But the Diodoro claim, as you say, it's such a powerful, his numbers off the claim of routers, but it's a good point. I'm not going to argue it. So Love Nest comes in from Mahoning Valley and Belterra and runs his best race. Sort of surprising, right? but he ran it. Runs his last, he can win. The problem is he may have been better forward, and I don't see him being forward in this race, but maybe I'm wrong.
He does. Look, he likes to win. That was the 12th win of his career, even though it was first try at Oaklawn. But he proved he was up to the challenge against this kind of competition last time out.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm looking at his PPs. I don't know where his last race came from, but he ran well in that race, no question about it. I wasn't following Oaklawn at that point. I don't know if he took advantage of the racetrack, but he ran. But as you say, the power of Diodoro, and for rightfully so.
Still got the feature coming up in New York. That's the Busanda on the road to the Kentucky Oaks, back in race 7. Cazilda 40 Tails. Jose Ortiz put this one in front. Never looked back.
Well, I was not right that race was a potential pick 6 buster, because this thing is chalking out so far. And wow, heavy favorite down the rail.
Very formful with 6-horse field in the feature to come, and then difficult nightcap. But we'll get to that Busanda next, where again Jose Ortiz is going to look to go back-to-back. He'll be on the primary speed from the rail. Magic Circle for Rudy Rodriguez, but it's back to Oaklawn right now. You kind of alluded to it with Love Nest, the 2, and you do have to be a little skeptical. Can he repeat that effort again next time out? But again, 12-time winner. The fact that you're getting 7-2 to take that chance is a little enticing.
No, I'm not going to argue with that. I'm not arguing with that. That horse ran last time. I don't like him of his other races, but off his last race, he has a chance. Just like the other thing is, I mean, I'm looking at it, but he's a horse that's run well going long before. So it's not like he's one of these sprinters that stretched out and was effective. He's got races going long besides that. They're good. So I'm not going to make a big argument against this horse. I just don't like one-number type horses, and he's kind of a bit of a one-number horse, at least recently, but he does have back races.
So loading up the rematch here between Love Nest, who won that race, and the horse who's now favored over him in the rematch, the 10. Coach Adams trying to turn the tables, moving to the Robertino Diodoro barn, one of the absolute best claimers in this game. See if he can get it done here first off the claim. Ramon Vasquez rides. He'll be in post 10. 2 7-year-olds in a rematch going head-to-head to kick off this late pick 5. Let's go to Vic Stauffer for the call.
Meistermind up next, then Coach Adams. Flat Out Justice goes into gate 6. 2 more now. Something Natural, and That's What I Say. They're at the post. They're off. Good start for Dr. Foreman and Seekin' Justice. Meistermind and Something Natural are next. Then comes Love Nest, Flat Out Justice, and Major Brown. Coach Adams is midfield. So Alive is next, then Splash for Gold and Altito, and the trailer is That's What I Say. Seekin' Justice from Dr. Foreman to the backstretch. Seekin' Justice a length in front. Dr. Foreman is second, 2.5 lengths to Love Nest and Meistermind, together third and fourth. Another 2 lengths to Flat Out Justice and Something Natural. Coach Adams has 10 lengths to make up. He's just outside of Major Brown. Splash for Gold is next. So Alive is 12 from the front, and then a big gap of 5 back to That's What I Say and Altito. 20 lengths first to last, midway on the backstretch, and Seekin' Justice is trying to get to the 16th pole first. That's the finish line, and he's 5 lengths in front. Seeking Justice in charge. Coach Adams is moving up on the outside, and so is Dr. Foreman. Here's Dr. Foreman into second, cutting into the margin. Flat Out Justice is next. Then comes Something Natural. 3.5 back to Meistermind, Splash for Gold, and at the rail, Major Brown. Then comes So Alive, far back to That's What I Say in Altito. Seeking Justice, Dr. Foreman comes calling for the lead. New leader, top of the stretch, Dr. Foreman. Now 2 in front of Something Natural in a second. Flat Out Justice is next, and they run to the top of the stretch with Dr. Foreman, the one to catch. He's got a 2-length lead over Something Natural in second. Then to the outside, and Love Nest. Coach Adams no better than fourth right now. Dr. Foreman and Something Natural, and Dr. Foreman's got it, and he's well in front. Dr. Foreman in front. Dr. Foreman beats Something Natural by 3. Splash for Gold was third. Close for fourth. Maybe Flat Out Justice over Love Nest.
Well, they stretched this horse back out, who'd been a multiple winner. 2 wins, 2 seconds. There's only 4 tries going this distance. Seems like he's bested a mile.
Yeah, he was aggressive and he earned help, but he does have that speed. It's stretched out, and he was very effective. You know, he'd run some decent figs, more out of town, but even 2 back. But, you know, a non-winners of a race in a year, but he moved up and he ran well. Nice job by him. I thought I was getting the money with my 11, but he was second best here, no doubt about it.
Road to the Kentucky Oaks for 3-year-old fillies. Picks up here in the Busanda. Feature on this Sunday card at Aqueduct, Magic Circle. Has speed, has the rail, and an even money favorite. Coming up, we're approaching the 10-minute mark to post. Can Magic Circle get the first stakes win of her career? Coming up.
Precocity.
Strategic speed. Some speed at 2, but can carry it on through their later careers.
Improbable, full of run.
Improbable, now a Grade 1 winner.
It is a complete runaway, an authoritative run.
It's improbable to win the Whitney.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Liam's Map, a 2-time Grade 1 winner with 6 consecutive triple buyers, including a 114 to win the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He's already taking the lead as a sire, with Grade 1 winners Basin, Wicked Whisper, and Colonel Liam, and graded stakes winners like Rushy, plus multiple 6-figure yearling sales and 2-year-old sales up to $1.2 million. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Liam's Map, only at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Back on America's Day at the Races, our feature coming up next on the road to the Kentucky Oaks. Our program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. 2-turn mile and an 1/8 test for 3-year-old fillies. And here's the Oaks prep schedule in New York that lies ahead.
And you look at some of those races, well, the next 2, the Busher and the Gazelle, they were won by a horse named Search Results last year, and she got beaten ahead in the Kentucky Oaks. She's training again, by the way, worked this morning.
What a battle with Malathot.
That was a great race. That race and the Coaching Club American Oaks were the best races in that division for the year, for sure.
Magic Circle, there she is, 6-5 favorite, trying to get the first stakes win of her career. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
Taking a look at Magic Circle here in the paddock, and she's always presented herself as a progressive, what was 2-year-old filly, going back to all of her races last year. She's just that much more physically mature, that much stronger than the rest of her competition. And I like, too, the fact now she's kind of evening out that frame a bit. You know, a lot of times with the younger horses, they develop more behind the saddle, and then their front end does or doesn't eventually catch up, and hers is. And I like that with regards to her getting more ground. Yes, she's a Cantheros on the top, but she does have the distorted humor bloodline on the bottom, so that's a good influence for getting the distance. And she's very settled today, which I think is good for her, trying to get the 9 furlongs again. And I get it. You know, Connections want to go down the Kentucky Oaks line. Why not? And 2, Rudy Rodriguez has been on record of saying that she was reacting in those 2 races when she drifted out to Manny Franco's left inside crop. So we do see Jose Ortiz aboard today, and Rudy has also said that you can't kind of sneak up on her with the crop. You kind of have to show her a little more and just be easier on her with it. So we'll see what happens. Yes, I don't think it's a great sign when you're wondering about the track in the last 8th of trying to get the 9 furlongs, but I like the progression from that race in the Demoiselle to this one here from a physical standpoint. Moving on to the New York bred, that's number 3, Morning Matcha. I was a little dubious of her, well, consistently throughout her career sprinting, because every time I saw her, I say, once longer, needs to go longer. Well, she won quite easily with the fastest race of her career, going the 2 turns at Parks 2 starts ago, and then was only getting on track too late in the New York Stallion Series race wired by Yo Cuz. I think this is a much better distance for her. She's so long, so rangy. She looks fantastic here. I mean, she looks resplendent in her coat. I like everything I'm seeing from her, and she just has that right disposition of a horse that wants to go this kind of distance, just laid back, very classy, and well within herself. Moving on to number 6, Rosebug. Well, from day one, I said, once long, not turf. I'm getting it here. We'll see what she does. Here, she's one that hasn't necessarily progressed that much from the physical standpoint. From 2 to 3. She looks great here. She's very, very well turned out. But she was one that was kind of bigger, longer as a 2-year-old, and everybody's kind of surpassed her so far. So we'll see what she can do getting back on a fast track, and whether her performance last time was enhanced by the slot. But I have always thought that distance could be her friend, Greg.
Maggie, thanks. I mean, that maiden win, it was impressive. She made this move really without being asked, just going around this field.
This was a joke. Now, I understand it was a wet track. It was favoring speed, though. She was in the pace with a Chad Brown first time start. It took a lot of money that backed up badly. You know, if this were a fair racetrack, I'd make an enormous bet on this horse. Now, I don't think she'd be 7-2 if it were a fair track, but I think she may be good. I feel like the barn made a mistake in going to the turf with her. She ran 4th in a very strong maiden race behind some good horses, including the talented Gerrymander, who was second to Echo Zulu in the Frizette and won the Tempted and beat Magic Circle. Go back to the dirt, she, not surprisingly, ran really well. You know, Maggie has good things there with the distance. I'm a big fan of this horse. I like her a lot. I'm worried the racetrack's going to help Magic Circle and hurt her. But at 7-2, I'm going to find out, that's for sure.
She's got big potential. Her dam ran in this race, wound up 4th. She saved her best for last, so the only graded stakes win of her career for Tanger Rose came in her final start.
Is that right? What do you know?
The Sabin.
Wow, really? That's interesting. Sabin, of course. Sabin was a Woody Stevens, Henry de Kwiatkowski horse, I believe. A very good turf horse. They had that race named for her at Gulfstream. It's probably a mile 16th. I don't think they had the 1-turn mile when she won the Sabin. But she was a nice horse, Tanger Rose. I believe she was owned by Mike Rutherford, who owns this horse and bred her.
Well, that's her main competition, who is going to have the run of the racetrack in here, has that inside post where Jose opted to go. But, you know, Maggie touched on it. We talked about it earlier, too. 2 starts in a row where Manny Franco had gone to the riding crop. She shied away from it. Does she not want a mile and an 1/8? Is that a question at all?
It is to me. I under these circumstances, she's probably going to get it. Maybe she's just young and immature and figuring it out. I don't know. I have some concerns. She's a Cantheros. You know, the other thing about this race was, and she ran respectfully. She
would have been DQ'd had she got second, probably.
Feels like it, yeah, because she fouled the horse outside of her. Also, Nest covered about 800. I mean, the numbers on Trackus, Nest was never inside the 4 or 5 path in this race, and Magic Circle is on the rail. I mean, she's had the run of her races. She may have it again here, and she's a nice horse. I don't mean to knock her, but I think there are some reasons to think she may be a little dressed up.
Well, she's going to be in front, as Jose Ortiz was in the last race. You got to think you're 3-2 favorite.
I think Jose's onto the gold rail.
Waters of Meram, Chad Brown and Louis Lazzanero, they won this race last year with the grass is blue.
Yeah, that was a private. Both those horses were private purchases for Louis Lazzanero that went to Chad Brown. Waters of Meram is the waters are getting deeper.
Morning Matcha 9-5 here.
I'm surprised she's taking this much money, but her race 2 back was fast enough to give her a chance.
Game stock lovers, game stonks.
I don't get this horse at all, but my friend David Aragona, who's very sharp, likes her.
Looked great warming up. Here's Reigning Chick, who has only 1 start. It was a win at 7/8.
But she needs to get significantly faster, but 1 start, she could always improve.
And Rosebug, who looks like she has a world of upside.
I don't know if she can get a trip that's going to work out for her in this race, but I think she's got some real talent, and I do think we may hear from her going forward.
Busanda, winner, getting 10 points to get into that starting gate for the Kentucky Oaks. Let's go to JK.
Yeah, I mean, obviously my best bet of the day was the 1 Magic Circle for all the reasons that I discussed. If you missed those, basically, this horse runs well fresh. I thought the horse ran well enough going 9. Also ran well going the 1-turn mile, 9 furlongs, the 1-turn mile as well. So I just feel like the distance isn't necessarily an issue. Just if, the distance was a problem, I think the tactical ability for Magic Circle and the draw on the rail that appears to be where you want to be should carry her home if the 9 furlongs is a problem, and I'm wrong about that. I don't think it's a problem, so I think she should be tough from the inside. But what we've noticed is what can potentially happen is, and we saw it yesterday as well, is once the track becomes kind of known to all the riders and they really start to pay attention to it, or at least are forced to pay attention to it, other riders start being aggressive, and Magic Circle suddenly could find herself in a duel, and that could be problematic. That's why I think that the 3 Morning Matcha is at least interesting. Morning Matcha will likely spend a majority of the early part of the race down on the inside on the rail, which is just fine. She'll save ground on the turn. She'll be on the good part of the racetrack, likely have to tip out late. But if the pace is fast enough, it could fall right back into her lap. If she gets lucky enough to stay up the inside, and we know Kendrick will stay glued there as long as he can, she can win as well. I just think Magic Circle is loose. I can't play against Magic Circle thinking that she might meet some kamikaze type speed duel, and I have to play it where I think she's going to end up loose on the inside. But I do think you want to have the 3 Morning Matcha in your mix because she could come picking up the pieces.
All right, JK, thanks. I mean, she has her game face on. She looks tremendous here, warming up at 8-5.
8-5, wow. There's like an announce going on about this horse. Like an email went out that I didn't get.
No, I didn't get it either.
She was 6-1 morning line. Clear-cut 3rd choice. I think 6-1.
7-2.
7-2, excuse me. Still. What? Wow.
Well, another one who made a nice appearance and comes in off back-to-back wins out of town is next door in Game Stonks. Let's go to Maggie.
Well, you said it, Greg. You look great out on the racetrack. A filly that is really nicely put together, incredibly athletic. Look, Brittany Russell, though, she's a high percentage trainer, but her horses show that. They come here to New York every time I see them. They are really well turned out. And even when she had horses stabled here, too, and her assistant Amanda doing a great job with them. So I like her appearance. She's moving very well. My question is she one that really ultimately gets better with more ground? I know she broke her maiden going a mile and a 16th around 2 turns. 2 turns at Parks. I get it. Those were not as good of the fields as she's going to meet here, but she did power through that field. She was last going into the 1st turn, and she just steadily picked off horse by horse by horse to really put some distance between her and the rest of the foes. I don't necessarily like her as a win candidate, but I do think she can get a piece of this if she can stay the 9 furlongs. She does have that very, very athletic appearance.
And nowhere near the backing that GameStop had on its miracle run in the stock market this year.
You know, GameStop actually got as low as 92 and change on Friday. But the good news is while the market plummeted, it got back over 100.
Good to hear.
A lot of people are going to end up getting buried in that stock when it goes back to 2.
Trevor McCarthy riding for Brittany Russell. So we know Trevor acutely aware of what's happening with this racetrack, how it's playing. But even money on Magic Circle, and she's going to be tough to beat here with the speed she possesses and where she's drawn.
She is. I agree. I totally agree with you. And I think that the door is still open for her to be a player in this division. I'm not. I feel really she's kind of horse that might be better going shorter. It doesn't make me right about her. And listen, once again, this division, you take Echo Zulu out of this division, and it's about as wide open as you can get.
And we thought there was some thought Hitting Connection was going to be a true threat. She proved not to be, at least on Breeders' Cup Day.
She didn't break that day, but still, I mean, she didn't run a step.
Yeah. Can someone else rise to the challenge? Magic Circle, even money. Expect to see an aggressive Jose Ortiz and expect him not to go to that riding crop if he gets in a dogfight down the lane. She has not reacted well to it. John Imbrial with the call. This Kentucky Oaks prep, the Busanda.
They're all in. And they're off. Waters of Miram. Magic Circle now moves up at the rail, and it will be Magic Circle to grab the lead going into the clubhouse turn. Magic Circle is on top and is clear by 2 lengths. Then comes Waters of Miram, who's running in second. On the outside is Rosebug. Down towards the rail, Reigning Chick. Break of 3 to the 2 trailers, Morning Matcha and Game Stonks. As the field heads for the backstretch, it is the even money favorite Magic Circle who has the lead here by 1.25 lengths, and the opening quarter mile went in 24-1. Rosebug in second now by 1.5 lengths with Waters of Miram next in third, 3.5 lengths back to Reigning Chick, another 3 to Morning Matcha, and then Game Stonks as the field continues up the backstretch with Magic Circle setting the pace and leading here by 1 length. Rosebug in second, half mile went in 48-1. And the 3-year-old fillies continue along here with Magic Circle on top. Magic Circle 3/4 length. Rosebug on the outside is second by 3 lengths. Waters of Miram is in third. Then Reigning Chick, followed by Morning Matcha. And farther back in the field is Game Stonks. It is Magic Circle who has been in control right from the start. Leads by 1.5 lengths. Rosebug in second. Morning Matcha now gaining some ground and is up into third as they hit the quarter pole. Magic Circle has opened up on the field now. Magic Circle has built a 4-length lead. Morning Matcha on the outside takes second. It is Magic Circle with a commanding lead and 1/8 of a mile to the finish. Morning Matcha is in second. It's Magic Circle. She's been in front right from the start under jockey Jose Ortiz, and it will be Magic Circle who bounds home in the Busanda. Magic Circle by 2.5 lengths. Morning Matcha was second. Reigning Chick came on for third.
Never in question, Magic Circle got to the front and handles this 1 1/8 gate to wire on the front end.
Yeah, when you're able to control on a racetrack like this, and you're a talented filly, and she is absolutely a talented filly, it's an almost impossible circumstance to overcome. You know, I don't know how much time Morning Match actually spent in the rail in this race. I'd have to watch the early part of the race. And she actually ran well to be second here. She justified the money. Rosebug, not the right trip stalking on the outside, but she was bad. She backed up badly. And it shows how strong the rail is because the 5, Reigning Chick, Jelen Samuel, he's paying attention, and he gave her every good chance, and nothing wrong with picking up third in this race for a second start and a big improvement. And that rail is really exaggerating performances. Morning Match ran well in defeat here.
Yeah, that's one to keep your eyes on next time out. Daughter of Central Banker. Pennsylvania bred, by the way. But it's Magic Circle, controls from the outset. And Jose Ortiz, he made the right call.
Yes, he did. Yeah, he did. And you know, listen, this is not the kind of performance that I'm going to get carried away going forward. But you can't knock her for winning the race. She did what she had to do at 1 1/8 miles coming off a layoff. I think the question there ultimately is, which distances will serve her? She's got talent. How much talent? We'll find out. It's a long year. There's nothing wrong with starting your year off in this way. This is the right way to start it.
Rudy Rodriguez, we went deep into our research team's well. Condo Commando is only prior Kentucky Oaks starter.
And some people will remember Condo Commando as being the winner of Tom Durkin's final call at Saratoga. She was the horse that was simply splash-tastic when she won the Spinaway.
And there's Rudy, hoping to at least continue on the path, and he will, no question, after this, on that road to the Kentucky Oaks. This filly, as you mentioned, she's tackled some really tough company, and she's held her own. Hadn't won yet in a stakes race until today. Today she gets things her own way, and who's to say she can't keep progressing?
And she has the same name as a Woody Stevens Russell Rhineman horse from many, many years ago. So you got that going for her, too. That's before you were born, Greg. I was in my 20s, but it was before you were born.
Okay. Back-to-back wins. Jose Ortiz.
I think.
Had a Derby horse taken from him, right? Sold at the last minute? Was that War Emblem?
Who? Which?
Russell
Rhineman. I think he sold War Emblem.
Yeah.
I think that's a good call. It was Harvey Veneer trained him, right? I think Harvey Veneer trained his horses in the Midwest.
Okay.
But I think that's a very good call. I wasn't taking it from under him. He sold him.
Yeah. 6th at Oaklawn. It's a made special weight.
He didn't come out broke.
No. Most impressive, Jason Barkley.
Yeah, as we move on to race number 6. Excuse me, Greg. We'll see what happens there. There's some tough favorites in this race.
$500,000 dollar a Nyquist for Steve Asmussen with Santana Jr.
That is a crazy price, right? With that pedigree, the dam was unraced.
Yeah.
She's produced three bad foals, 2 okay. Wow.
Aurelia Garland, first out winner, Diamonds and Pearls. Here's Firewolves, Brad Cox.
Yeah, the 3 and 4 on paper, the right 2 horses. I don't know how the 3-piece peddler is 10-1. Firewolves makes some sense stretching out for Brad Cox. Not stretching, excuse me, second-time starter.
Tasha, Alex Conchari aboard Speightstown Philly.
It's a big price first time and a big price again.
24-1, Zamuda, just claimed off of Kenny McPeak.
I think is waiting for Andy Kaufman, right? Wasn't it Bob Zamuda?
Oh.
Wasn't that his friend?
Okay. Can't help you. Sorry.
Man in the Moon? I think Bob Zamuda was Andy Kaufman's friend. Co-worker.
Blinkers on Lasix on this daughter, a tap at the 7.
Yeah, she would have to improve off her debut off the turf at Keeneland.
Decade of Dreams, first-time starter, Diodoro, Bullet Gate Drill.
This horse is after a very nice horse who I know you know, Midnight Storm, a California horse who's good at dirt and turf.
Here's Muse, Ron Moquette, Joel Rosario with an Into Mischief.
Interesting seeing Joel riding this horse for Ron Moquette, right? Doesn't feel like we see him on a lot of Moquette horses.
Mainly with Asmussen.
Must be a story on this firster, right?
Madeline's Magic, 5-1, start number 3.
Yeah, would probably have to improve. Maybe the story of Muse is that it's the house horse with Louis Sella as the owner.
Yeah.
Why is the 3 8-1 in this race, Greg? Right?
And why is the 2 6-1? Let's find out more from Gary Stevens.
Yeah, guys, the 9-horse Muse, not a typical looking Into Mischief. She's very quarter-horse looking and very intelligent. Joelle just broke off away from the pony. She loped off like a filly that had run and done this before. So I think the word was out on her. She opened up at a shorter price, drifting up to 6-1 right now. Then the 4-horse Firewolves. Looks like she's 6-5 right now. She looks like she's got a skin disease that is dried up, so not infectious right now, but it is kind of going around the backside. Just something caught my eye when she had walked by me on her way into the paddock. And then good point about the 3-horse, Andy, Peace Peddler. She was bet down. The 5-2 first time out, showed a ton of speed and stopped. And Giovanni Franco has worked her a couple of times, and he was told to just cruise around there. Therefore, the slow works in her last couple of workouts, very relaxed workouts, but she looked good in the paddock. And those are the 3 that really caught my eye out here. The 8 also a little bit, a daughter of American Pharaoh for Robertino Diodoro. This filly, she walked by. Looked very, very intelligent on the racetrack coming into the paddock. When she got onto the racetrack, she was a little bit fractious with the pony, and she settled down quite a bit from the time she got down to the end of at the 8th pole and turned around to jog off. So the first-time starters, the 9 would be my pick of the first-time starters, but I think the 3 is value at 7, and the 4 at 6-5, obviously the one to beat. Guys?
All right, Gary, thanks. This is going to kick off the pick 4. We'll get back to it in a moment. Magic Circle, first stakes win of her career. Taking the Busanda, Rudy Rodriguez, Jose Ortiz team up. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
Here with winning trainer Rudy Rodriguez, always one of my favorite interviews, but Rudy Magic Circle, she just put it all together today. You know, you had been cited as saying that she reacts negatively to the crop, and she was straight as an arrow today.
You know, we got to give the credit to Jose. We just try to tell her, you know, she don't tolerate too much whipping. I think she's more comfortable up, and I tell him if you're going to hit it, just don't surprise her, kind of show him, and she will respond. But, you know, just all the connections, and Don Jose for giving me the opportunity to train this horse, and the guy helped me to pick up this filly, Chompero, and, you know, all good people around, so hopefully we keep the filly continue training the way she is, and we hope for the best next time.
Well, Rudy, I wanted to ask you, because physically she looked as though she's taken another step forward, but she is one that you've always liked. So the distance question, as you look for the next race, obviously the Busher kind of cuts back to a mile, and then there's the Gazelle at 1.1 miles. Do you skip the Busher?
I'm going to let the boss decide what we got to do, and then we take it from there, you know. She's a nice filly, and thank God she's nice and sound, and we just got to be happy that we have him in the barn for sure.
One day at a time, I know, but how amazing would it be to get to the Kentucky Oaks again?
Oh, that'd be amazing for sure. You know, that's all we're here for. You know, try to get to that big races over there, and you know, I hope the filly keep improving, and take it from there.
Rudy, congratulations, job well done.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Magic Circle with the win in the Busanda today. And as Rudy said, he would be elated to get back on to the Kentucky Oaks Trail. But Greg, here he is on the trail.
It'd be fantastic. We saw him in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint on the big stage. He'd love to get back to the big stage in the Oaks this year. And if that was so long, farewell for Jose Ortiz, too. Nice way to go out.
Yeah, not a bad way to go. He's going down to Florida. He'll be riding a Gulfstream rest of the winter. He's coming back to ride early voting, who worked today, apparently worked very well today. With the first time starter Chad Brown that won earlier than me. He's going to ride him in the Withers, but we wish Jose the best of luck down in Florida, wherever he ends up riding these. He'll be shipping out of town for some races, too.
How do you feel when you look at this? And I look at it, and it's been incredibly chalky, and I still wouldn't have had it.
I've lost some money today, but I feel glad I didn't lose more. When you and I see those kind of prices, we're not unhappy that we didn't lose more. I got to bet the 3 at Oaklawn. I don't understand how this horse is 6-1. I don't love this horse, but I think he makes a ton of sense in this race, and I think he's way, way, way too big a price.
$200,000 daughter of Gunrunner showed speed. She was on the front end in that debut, backed up to third. She took a lot of money for Richard Baltus, and start number 2 ahead. Yeah, being ignored on the board. Everyone going to Brad Cox and Florent Giroux.
Well, the other thing I would say is it's not like the firsters are really getting bet in this race, right? So I don't, you know, it's not like I'm that afraid of some of the firsters here. I mean, you got an Asmussen firster that's 7-1. You know, the Rosario's another horse of price in there. So it's not like they're really betting that hard on any firsters. And I thought the 3 ran much better than his current odds.
We'll say that the dam of the 2 for Asmussen did produce 2 first-time out winners. $500,000 daughter of Nyquist. He's got Santana Jr. aboard, and I believe 6-1 at last look.
Yeah, this horse is taking nowhere. That's a big price for Nyquist. It's a lot of money.
Vic Stauffer with the call. Here's the pick 4 from Oaklawn.
They're at the post. They're off. Firewolves broke very well. So did Peace Pledler and Tasha. Extreme Gem is close up. Then comes a Zamuda and Campaigning through the outside and Decade of Dreams, then Muse, and most impressive, and the trailer is Madeline's Magic. Peace Peddler and Tasha up the backstretch. Peace Peddler's a neck in front. Tasha is second, 3/4 of a length to Extreme Gem. These 3 are now 4 lengths in front of Decade of Dreams. Firewolves is between horses, and Campaigning is at the rail. They're all about 5 from the front. Then comes a Zamuda, 2.5 back to Madeline's Magic and Muse. The trailer is most impressive, and the leader is Peace Peddler. Peace Peddler to the quarter pole, a 2-length lead on Tasha in second. Extreme Gem is joined and passed by Decade of Dreams. Madeline's Magic just splits horses, but she's still 6 from the front. Peace Peddler is the one to catch. It is Peace Peddler, final furlong. Madeline's Magic is now rolling. She's about to run into second, but she's got 5 lengths to make up and only a 16th to do it, as Peace Peddler is well in front. Peace Peddler hanging on that left lead, but she's got a lot of lengths to work with. Madeline's Magic is second. Peace Peddler in front. Peace Peddler won by 3. Madeline's Magic Good second. Decade of Dreams was third, and Firewolves finished fourth.
Peace Peddler, no doubt about it. Victory here, second time out.
I'm just astounded this horse is 7-1. The number 4, who was even money, ran a 75 by her first time out. This horse ran a 71. Even money and 7-1. This horse projected to be the speed. It's got an excellent rider on his back. I don't feel like I made a smart pick. I just felt like this horse should have paid about $7, and I wouldn't have bet a nickel on him. She won easily. He's a gun runner.
Gunrunner, the Dam, a multiple graded stakes winner on synthetic, albeit, but still. Giovanni Franco, Team Gary Stevens, well done.
He's a good rider, and he did everything right here. He rode the way Gary would have ridden him. You know, I'd love to look. I mean, I remember, you know, Uncle Mo. Didn't Uncle Mo have an incredible first season at stud? I'd like to look at some of the horses and numbers of Uncle Mo and Gunrunner, because doesn't it feel like we're talking about Gunrunner, good-looking horses from him just every day?
We've never seen anything like it in a long time. That his initial season with his 2-year-olds, and it's continuing.
He'll be a disappointment because I don't know how he keeps it up.
He's got nowhere to go but down
right,
now.
Right.
Peace Peddler, gate to wire, impressive victory and a nice price as well. Nice selection, Andy Serling. We're going to take a timeout. Handicap division, Mandaloon, Midnight Bourbon. They went head-to-head.